Welcome to Dave's Drama Diner. I am your host, Devious Dave Rhodes. This is episode 27, and hopefully all the volume is coming in A-OK, but I would like to ask for those that might be listening right now just to let me know. I just saw the volume sort of spike on OBS, so I'm not too sure why that is. Perhaps it's the stand. So, glad that you could join us today. We have, obviously, fresh produce and fresh goods for all our patrons here. And as always, let's start off the show by showing our gratitude and appreciation for all those that have chosen to join us here today. There's Irish Dave, Seaman, Steve Callan, Jay Diz, BB, the man himself, Irish Dave. I think I said Irish Dave already, yes. Danimal, using his funky cursive writing there. Coda. It's the Costanza. Ghost of Tommy's Barber. The Nine God himself, Nicky Nines, and many more I'm sure will be flooding in because we are a very popular locale, and there's always a lineup to get in. Now, I do apologize for my current lack of animation. The heat here in the diner wasn't functioning until our guests were allowed in, so it's taken a big toll on me and the staff. So just understand that right now we're trying to reacclimatize ourselves. So I'm sure as we start to see the joy that you have in consuming our goods, our energy will return back to its normal capacity. So, it's been some time, hasn't it? But I'm glad that you are all here today. So much to start off with, but how about we start off by talking about how we're going to need some milk cartons with spaces for the faces of YR, Tony from Revere, and Bullfrog, because they all seem to have disappeared. YR's channels deleted, both of them, or three of them, and Tony nowhere to be seen. Sean's View, who had invested so much into his little troll group, his little new troll army, apparently isn't doing so well, and we're going to hear about that later as I will play. But yeah, we had the guy for 7 years go on and on about how CM Punk was returning to the WWE, no less, and comes out with a show that's under an hour. I think it was like 41 minutes maybe. And that's why we need these milk cartons, because YR, Bullfrog, Tony, nowhere to be seen. Nowhere to be seen. Amazing. Amazing stuff. So yeah, it looks like the Drama Club 2021. Jay Diz just read my mind. Hidden Channel 2021. Yeah, I guess, they're trying to regroup now on Evil Island and try to determine what their next action is. And Seaman and I were talking about this the other day, and as to who he would go to next. And I honestly can't remember what my answer was, but I believed in it. At least I thought it was possible. But regardless, it's. I mention it in passing because it is again so comical that they thought they could go up against all of us and actually win. And then on top of that, they thought they could actually fuck around with Joe and all the stuff that they were doing and stuff. Just pure comedy. Speaking about MIA, missing in action, you have Scunty McGee, Scunty McFuckface, who deleted a bunch of his videos the other day and still hasn't done anything. But now we have 2 videos made from Simo. And essentially one of them is called something, your power trip. Oh, there we go. Fuck your power trip. And that's actually more in reference to Scott. At least I believe so. Because, again, it is Scott that does these power trips, and I named it sort of in reference to that. My show, that is. But then he made another one, which was This Won't Happen Again, or can't remember the title. It was just taking a line from Scarface, when the Colombian guy calls Tony and tells him, this ain't happening again, you're fucking done, blah, blah, blah. So 2 of those videos in clear reference to Scott McKinnon, but also in reference to what I've been saying about his relationship with Scott McKinnon. And I woke up to something earlier today, and I'll just show you, I'll actually show you the image. Hold on a second here. Just so that you understand exactly what's occurring. Just waiting for, there it is. All right, so this is what I woke up to this morning. So take a moment to read for yourself, people. And I guess for all those that can't read, not because they're incapable, but because they're maybe driving or something. Simo says to me at 7:53 a.m. this morning, I still don't like you, and I still believe you're a piece of shit. But Scott is the bigger enemy right now. Perhaps emphasis on those final words, right now. You can keep running your mouth all you want, but I won't rest until Scott never comes around again. That sounds like a good, I mean, both Nikki and I have been, on that sort of mindset for quite some time. Then he goes, Scott took my biggest enemy spot in seconds. So who's really irrelevant anyway? It's still you, Simo. It's still you. But whatever. I mean, I do agree with that. He won't rest until Scott never comes back around again, and that is a worthy cause that I can stand behind. And a lot of people could too, and a lot of people will do that themselves. And well, it is the way it is. We did display those screenshots the other day where he said he was going to therapy and rehab and blah blah blah, and he hoped that Tiff found God and all this sort of bullshit. But I'm sure that we're going to see some videos in the near future from him saying that this time around he is actually removing his channel and he's going away, blah blah blah. So we have that to look forward to, I guess. Also, it looks like a lot of these sour pussies, come straight to the video and giving their thumbs down, but those disappear just like the other ones on all my videos. So I do find it comical. Shout out to Tiff in the chat right now. And what else was I going to conclude with that? No, we'll have to. Well, obviously, we're taking a wait and see approach. These guys are like termites, They try to come back, and you got to keep your eye out for them, and just be ready to spray as soon as they show themselves. But a lot of us call this, and we just laugh. We laugh at this because it's not only what we said, but it's so pathetic and it's so predictable. Now, speaking of predictable, let's get to the main course. Last night, you may have seen the Derailed episode 180 show, or the Derailed show episode 180, if we want proper convention. And Drew addressed quite a few different things. One thing that has become quite clear is I live in the heads of many people rent-free, including Randy Viper, who I've talked about many times in the past. This individual is from New Zealand. Okay, this place locked down because of one COVID infection. Almost the entire country is inoculated, and one case popped up because we know the vaccine does not prevent infection. So one infection, they lock the entire country down like in 9/11, where there's no transport, there's no in and out, nothing. They've also given up their guns and shown that they're willing to accept all sorts of third world garbage refugees because they don't have their own personal identity. The New Zealanders are probably one of the biggest cuck nations I have ever encountered. And Randy Viper embodies that to a T. In fact, check how much of a cuck he is. He actually donated on this stream earlier in the show. I'm not going to even bother to review it, but he donated so that he could say Dave Rose is a faggot. So and previously when my name was brought up, he said fuck Dave Rose in all caps. It's very clear that I've got under this guy's skin. This guy is one of these individuals who's probably has some either white white savior complex and white guilt. It's the typical that you see in East Coast and West Coast liberals. This idea, it's a conflicting idea of both being equal and yet superior to minorities, in quotations. So yeah, there's obviously some mental issues there, and I do find it so comical that people like him and Leroy X try to fucking start shit, try to, sort of project their discomforts with themselves onto me, and then claim, I bet you're gonna get, thrown off this show, or I bet you're gonna go back to this person, and that shit never happens, and then people come out and be like, you're full of shit. Like, obviously that hasn't happened, and, if you don't like it, don't watch. But I do love to point this sort of thing out because these individuals are just so damn pathetic. And it's extremely pleasurable for me, not just because it's easy, but because, I take joy in ridiculing people like Randy Viper, who is stuck living the cuck life in the cuck country. So, let's hear. We'll start from here. A donation has just come in from Chili Cheese J, and yeah, he's talking about how I was referencing last week that because how pathetic the AEW review that Sean's View and YR and the rest of them did, that I was going to do a one-shot AEW wrestling review just to show them how it's done. And I mean, I used to do wrestling reviews with Joe and shit. I used to fucking be a co-host on whatever, the Raw review and other shows and shit. So it's not like it's something that's unfamiliar to me. I just haven't been doing it in a very long time. But
peanut butter whiskey is the jam. No more shots for you though. Dave Rose's AEW reviews are going to be lit.
What? What? I'm sorry. I'm laughing, but I'm not that old school. I've not heard his reviews. Is that a real thing, Chili? I mean, I'm not trying to take it. I'm sure he's perfectly capable if he were to watch and review and everything. But that is a new thing for me with him. And if that's happening, then I guess I'm intrigued. I don't know. I mean, that's. I'm going for another soda. You guys obviously know I'm trying to get out of here. 6535, dropping $1. Cheers to you. Cheers to Chili Cheese J. And cheers to Jim M, who did say I need a nap time and need to get out of here.
And for those that aren't monitoring the chat, Tiff made an absolutely genius point, saying, well, when you have a transgender powerlifter representing your country You know you live in a backward country, therefore you have a messed up head. Great point.
Cheers, man. Man, I appreciate everything. We are...
Now, we're not just listening to Drew, to listen to Drew. We're listening to Drew because Mr. Cronin calls in. And Mr. Cronin seems to be saying things that just don't seem to subscribe to the timeline. So we must investigate.
At that time where we were going to get out of here, so unless there's more derailments, we are going to call tonight. But I do have to shout out, and normally I don't do this, but because it's a record-setting night, I'm going to do the math. And it is 14...
Give him a break. He's drunk, like really drunk.
My math is... I'm that drunk. We base course 1050 of that comes to... If you guys... Oh, there's another one. Stop!
Be making suicide jokes of other autistic people.
Oh, shout out to Bry Guy, because after that fucking donation where Randy Faggot says Dave Rose is a faggot, Bry Guy donates and he's like, Dave Rose is great, or I like Dave Rose, or something like that, so...
People to make myself feel good about myself, so don't go making suicide jokes.
Because he'll make one, then I'll make one, then you'll make one, and then you'll take your AK.
Obviously, this is the donator is someone who's pro-Joe, and has taken issue with the fact that other people have pointed out and taken issue with the fact that Joe abundantly does suicide jokes.
K-47 and shove it up some woman's cooter. You might even find... I mean, he might even fuck Frank with his AK. I don't know. I don't want that to happen. So just don't. No. Please. Please, Dr. Earl, don't tell Bullseye. I don't want Bullseye to know. Please. Please, God. Please.
Yes, Tiff is correct. Tribunal... she's talking to Tribunal, but Randy Viper was simping for Joe, trying to earn some extra brownie points and failed horribly at it. Here's the funny thing. Last night I went to sleep at I lay down for a nap. This is my bane, people. Naps are my bane. I've always, I love to sleep, but the thing is though, and I love to rest, but as a kid, I hated fucking naps. You have to tie me to a bed figuratively, not literally, because I hated them so much. But here's what happens to me now. I lay down and close my eyes for a power nap. I wake up 4 hours later, and my alarms didn't wake me the fuck up. So, I woke up basically right about this time, where Joe calls in, and things were being said and such, and I noticed Tiff in the chat, and I noticed also Joe saying things about Tiff, which Tiff was... And it's funny, though, because Joe, being the big man that he is, blocks Tiff because he can't allow her to speak. And, just talking shit and stuff. But we're going to review that. We're going to review that now. And shout out to Derailed in the chat. I hope your head is doing well. I don't like hearing myself either, dude. But sometimes we've got to torture ourselves. I mean, shit, I spent hours on the phone with Bullfrog, okay? If I can do that, if I can put myself through that amount of torture, then, you can do this. I know that maybe the hangover's not making it better, but, I always recommend Hair of the Dog for that, Nice Caesar is my highest recommendation. And obviously not just because it's Canadian, but because it's a great drink and works really well on those hangovers. But let's continue.
With that said, Frank, I'm giving you the last word before I give the last word. What do you got to say before we cut the...
Also, Frank needs to stop calling himself a middle-of-the-road conservative. There's no such thing. Just call yourself a fucking liberal or a libertarian and we're cool. But just stop, okay? Just stop. You're not a conservative.
This off.
I just put in the chat that the peanut butter whiskey people really need to sponsor your fucking channel after this.
No, I'm telling you what. Here it is. Screwball peanut butter whiskey. These motherfuckers have
you a lot of money.
I'll tell you what. If you don't buy this shit, then it really doesn't mean anything to me because they're not sponsoring me. But good shit. And even though Dave Rose didn't fully understand what I was saying Friday night, you do need to cut it with a little bit of ice. In my opinion, there may be different opinions.
It's not that I didn't understand. I wanted to know the difference. I wanted to know how you could justify such a statement.
Hope Dave tries this with ice and without ice.
Yeah, at the current time, I can't afford an $1,800 bottle. But I'll keep that in mind next time I fucking win the lottery.
He gives me his opinion. But I personally think the flavor pops more with the ice.
Okay, well, that's all you have to say.
Maybe we'll get a little bit of a debate on that. Maybe Frank will try it out. Maybe we'll do some dual shots with peanut butter whiskey someday down the road. We'll see. But in the meantime, check out Frank for the Harsh Truth. A lot of shit going down.
No, I don't think I will.
Down there.
Also, never trust a man who owns a fucking Funko Pop. Never.
I run into this every week, and I know it's
And now I'm questioning using the word man.
easy for Frank to say who's going to be on the clapboard. But I've got to look at the chat, and I've got to find the person who affected me the most in the...
Drew is so whimsical. Like, so whimsical when he's drunk.
evening or infected, geez.
I like, for some reason, I imagine you being like a character at Disney. Like, you're dressed up as, I don't know, somebody from one of the animated movies. I don't know. And, yes, welcome to the land of wonder. Come with me. You're so gleeful. It's great. It's better than fucking listening to a fucking enraged psychopath who's fucking drunk off fucking shitty rum, who's threatening people's lives and calling the police. Yeah, I prefer Drew over that type of fucking drunk.
Jesus, I hope they're not infecting me. That's rough, dude. But really, I mean, I do this all the time, and the answer is usually obvious, and I'm usually drunk at this point. But the name is in bright green letters over Frank's head. I really can't give it to anyone else. There's no way I can give it to anyone else, other than going for a scrap sandwich with 6.
A scrap sandwich is where you don't have no bread and you have to basically substitute everything for something else in the refrigerator.
I don't know. Thank you, 6. Cheers, man. You delayed the end of the show by about 30 seconds. Cheers, 6. No post show tonight. If you're a patron, if you're not a patron, I still encourage you to become a patron, because it's kind of how they laugh talk. And if anyone,
gonna have to forward there, Drew.
I appreciate everyone. Patrons over on Patreon.com. Solo show. Talk from that is.
He's coming in soon.
Fucking.
He's coming in soon.
Tell me.
Just Frank.
And then
$1,000 dual shit. With that said, the show is over. See, all of my topic, that shit. When I first met the guy,
You look Chinese, Drew. When you're drunk, you look Chinese.
he
Or possibly Mongolian.
dismissed me as a friend.
Not a Mongoloid, Mongolian. Big difference. Bullfrog looks like a Mongoloid.
So, J-Man, with that said, we're going for a soda with Randy Viper.
Dave Rose as a
Oh, so it was at this point. Okay, so that's. I thought it was earlier in the show, because I did notice seeing Randy Faggot there in the chat. Again, remember, this guy chooses a name that is based on wrestling that has nothing to do with his real name. So again, and Randy Orton is kind of well. There's a lot of gay people that seem to like the guy, and fucking, ugh. So, you've got these people like Randy Viper who obsess over somebody like Randy Orton and can't even pick a fucking, proper name that's at least a little more original.
Talk over that. Good.
So he's like, Dave Rose is a faggot, and he writes it PH, bunch of A's, GAT. So he spent money. He spent money to say this. Who's living in whose head rent-free there, bud?
Talk over that. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm glad I yelled over it, but cheers, Randy Viper. But with what I had to say, J-Man from KC, despite...
Is it that bad for you, Mars? You don't want to hear fucking...
the 1,050. Get that privilege position. He was...
Okay, so here we go.
This week.
Also, he shits on Tony for using a voice changer and comes into the show using a voice changer. Ladies and gentlemen, Joe Cronin.
You want me to kill him, Drew? It's me.
Oh my God. God is here. Oh, I said, oh my God. I mean, oh my God.
I'll take his internet, Drew. Just give me the word and I'll take it down.
I think you need to take his cock from him.
That's it. By the power vested.
Oh, no.
No. Okay, I won't. I won't do it, Drew.
Well,
I really want to, though.
I was going to give it to 6. But there's a guy
No,
on this
you
call.
want to give his cock to 6?
God's cock?
You want to give J-Man's cock to 6?
I'm so lost. I mean, J-Man's cock is already fucking...
You just said that.
Did I?
Yeah, you just said
You just said that.
Oh, wait, we're going for a soda with Bry Guy. Bry Guy, yes. What's
Dave
up, Bry
Rose
Guy?
rules.
Whoa. Bry
There you go. Bry Guy says Dave Rose rules.
Guy.
Say that 3 times fast.
Give it the rub to Dave Rose. What's up, Bry Guy? Cheers. God, your thoughts.
My thoughts are, we should make J-Man submit a dick pic on the Patreon.
I mean, you've gotten everything but his dick.
Oh, this is an interesting comment from Chili Cheese J. I just noticed this in Drew's chat. At Randy Viper, trying to get Drew a strike on his channel because he hates a simple Canadian man. And then Randy Viper's justification is, he won't get a strike, Jay, relax, and simple is the wrong word, huh? You must feel so good being locked down in that shitty country. And then actually there's Tiff in the chat. She's Tiff. It's Tiff. She says, Randy, what do you have against Dave? I love it. I love the fact that I consume these people with hate. They just expend all this energy on me. And it just is detrimental to them. It makes me laugh. It gives me, tacit power over them. They might not like it, but by reacting that way, it gives me pure power over the people. And I just love it. I love it.
Dick.
Because it's really more of a mental self-torture that they're doing on themselves. They've imprisoned themselves in their mind, and they can't get out. And it just infuriates them. And then just fucking, the door of the jail's open, but they're like looking at the opposite direction. They're rattling the fucking cage. Can't realize they could just turn around and walk away.
In a photo.
Exactly. I don't believe he's a real human.
So if we get like a picture of his dick and we could superimpose it over the belt, would we be good?
I just want to put a picture of J-Man's dick as your Patreon logo.
That
That
would
is
be
not
interesting.
God.
That's Zordon.
This is God, you fucking Tito.
I mean, this isn't OnlyFans, it's Patreon, right?
Well, Patreon is...
It might be because it'll be now or later. You look at that dome right there and you tell me.
for OnlyFans.
Real sorry, Joe. God.
God, what?
I mean,
God. Is there...
Oh!
Frank.
Oh my God, guys, come on.
Handle better?
God.
Makes 2. Only period. Me get Cronin.
Me! I don't get more seers. Please.
Fill up about...
You want the plug, the toasted?
You wanna rate?
Joe takes off the stupid voice changer in a moment. I'm just
You
trying
wanna
to
rate
that has twice the personality of that Joe Cronin dude.
Oh, Jesus. Price of Joe punishment for
Work.
call.
Like,
I'd never seen that name in my chat before.
Yes, it is sort of cringe there, based Alcatraz. It is.
Cheers.
probably.
14. Drunk 2. 6 was tonight.
It's a nice little thing. I was burnt out though, so
There
I
we
just
go.
sat down to play video games and watch you, and I was like, and I'm drinking and so I'm feeling good.
And don't you dare call him fake drunk, because he'll get really mad on that one.
It's good to relax tonight, you know. You know what I mean?
No, I got you. I just, you said you're drunk. I'm like, really, are you? As we go for one more soda with those. We don't
Or after a threesome with Daddy.
get in
He's always thinks he's got the ace card, but then
that
he
pole. Sorry, let me. He can't off to it.
All I can say is donations, although are beneficial, have been a bane to this entire community because people take them way too far. And they make them way too long, and they're willing to allow, their show to be hijacked for a simple buck. Like, it's just, at some point, it's too much.
Yeah, if that doesn't show you that you think you can do whatever you want, I don't know what else could. Like,
Marty! What you gotta do is go back to the future, Marty! I don't know, Doc.
I don't know, man. Hey, look, I
jerked off to it. I'll be honest. I know I don't usually do that because I have, Leah takes care of me, but I'm telling you, that titty, I don't know, she's pretty kind of. It's like,
I haven't seen
know.
it. I mean, maybe I don't need to see it, but I don't.
I put Leah's head on her the other day and jerked off. It was
Ugh.
Photoshop is a wonderful
Could you
thing.
imagine, like,
Oh my
I mean,
God,
look
man.
at Frank's
Can you not talk about anything else?
background right now. Could you imagine
Yeah.
her face on that? Like, could you get
Yeah.
past the background and not think that it wasn't Frank?
No, like I would like something about Frank's head just turned me on. Like I'm just realizing I always thought I liked Star Trek because it was a good show, but now I'm realizing I wanted to fuck Captain Picard because of his bald head.
Come
That's what I'm starting
on.
to realize.
The British accent's kind of sexy
Just
too.
fucking get out of the
That's
closet
it too,
already.
but like that gap in your teeth and the bald head, like I'm thinking like, oh, how slippery when wet.
Look, maybe this was fucking shock jock in the 80s or 90s, but dude, it's 2021. Either come out as gay or bisexual or just shut the fuck up and find something that's actually funny.
Major erection. Engage.
Field Commander Data, sodomize me.
Data.
Data.
Look, I've been pretty frustrated the last week, and I just want to say that, there's nothing. I don't mean to corner you, man, but there's nothing ill going on here.
Did you just
You guys hear
mute,
me?
Drew?
Yeah, are you there?
Yeah.
Are you talking to me?
No, I'm just saying in general. Like, I mean, people have been thinking there's a lot of weird, fucked up shit going on. There's nothing ill going on here. I'm just doing my thing. There's,
Okay.
Okay.
I mean, I'm doing my thing.
I'm
Like,
doing my thing, man.
the sex lady member. Do your fucking thing,
Do
Drew.
your fucking thing,
Do
Drew.
your fucking thing.
I'm doing my fucking thing, Joe, and I just hope everyone understands that because there's.
thing. Fuck everybody who doesn't like you doing your thing. Tell them you don't like Drew doing his thing. You can go fuck
Like you?
yourself.
I hope people try and prove because Joe, I don't know if you saw this earlier tonight, but I
Gonna have to agree with you, Drew. This is very painful.
said
Maybe
that
not.
people have 7 days to prove that I'm not doing my thing. I gave the authorization for people to show every fucking DM they've ever received from me and try and prove otherwise.
But
Are
Drew,
you being attacked?
That
or
applies
something?
to you
Is someone going after
too, Joe.
I definitely feel I do. I'm not going to mention any names because, I don't want to insinuate people who may be the innocent because My name hasn't been mentioned, but I feel like it has. And I pointed out to those people that at the beginning of my show, I pointed out that if there is something to expose on me, and this includes Bodark, it includes Frank, it includes Dave, it includes you, it includes Cora, it includes whoever you want to mention.
Yeah.
Everyone has the opportunity in the next 7 days to expose the fuck out of me. I am authorized.
I'm taking my opportunity right now to say goodnight because I am tired as fuck.
There it is. I'm just saying.
This whole thing has gone on way longer than I
It
thought
has.
it would.
No, you're good,
I will
Frank.
see
I
you guys.
apologize,
It's
man.
about to expose himself, Frank. You got to go to bed before you
You
see his
show my
dick.
dick. Yeah,
Oh,
it's
he'll DM me something. He always does. Later.
was show any fucking DM or out on the.
Kill them.
So here's what I gotta say. How can they expose you when they themselves get exposed to being little pussies that they are, and they have to go and delete their accounts, and then after that they gotta private their Twitter because they're nothing more than a little bitch.
Well, if that's what they're doing, then so be it. But I've challenged everyone. Bodark, Joe, I know you probably weren't here earlier, but
Yeah, Tony, I think you're taking clothes off.
no, I am a fucking message. It's fair game. Show my DMs. Remember the whole fucking DMs. Everyone's got a week. Everyone's got a week. I'm just saying.
The only thing you're gonna
Okay,
get
so here we go.
people. Why would I do it?
No, I'm just saying.
You're a fence rider, so like you're gonna get people saying
He just called, and it's funny because at this point I paused it, and his eye, like Drew's eyes are rolling not into the back of his head, but upwards, where you're trying to compute what somebody just told you, and like you can see the look on his face, like that doesn't make sense there, Joe. But he just called. He called Drew, of all people, a fence rider. Now, if he was a fence rider, he'd still be working for you there, Joe. So, no, he's not a fence rider. And in fact, the term that you're actually getting at is fence sitter, which all of us have called you. You've proven yourself to be. And quite comedic that you attempt to project that onto Drew.
saying this shit. That's really all. The only thing you're. Listen, why would I do it?
No, I'm just saying.
You're a fence rider, so like you're gonna get people saying this shit. That's really all. The only thing you're guilty of is trying to be nice to everybody. That's the only thing you're guilty of.
If that's a guilt thing, like trying to give everyone their own fair chance.
What?
No, see, the thing is, Drew, you need to understand is that Joe views himself as a victim, so that's how he justifies that victimhood, is guilt.
So is that a bad thing?
What the fuck is going on? I didn't miss this part of the show. Did someone yell at you or something? I don't get it.
We had a group of people coming in and fucking around.
You called in like 11:45 when you talked
Supposedly Scott was in the chat earlier.
about we.
Well, I've been watching the show and I've been watching the chat too.
Fair enough.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah, from his perspective, he's been here the whole time. I haven't,
fair
so I
enough,
get it.
fair enough.
So, like, there's been people coming in. They're like, "Oh boy, Bodark's probably gonna be here for donations," and you had people.
$100 Patreon.
Exactly. And it's kind of funny because last I checked, I haven't really asked for anything from anybody. I don't do that shit anymore. And then you had people coming in here. They started, doing these stupid fucking emoji bullshit. They started tapping H. That's all you know how to fucking do is tap H and stuff like that. You had some dude with a stupid address. You had some dude with a stupid fucking name.
Oh my God, the address. Well, I mean, fortunately / unfortunately, it's like the most commonly shared address that's not Joe's. And I say fortunately because it's not like it's some new one that people don't know. That's the point I'm trying to make from that. But yeah, I mean, fucking people are coming out of the woodworks tonight because I chose.
That is correct, Tribunal King. Joe's acting like he wasn't watching the whole time.
To decide to say that this is the week. This is the
Is
week.
it because I'm here? Because I feel like whenever I
No,
show up,
it was before you even showed up.
Okay, because
It
like
was
I
definitely
was,
no. It was in the first hour. And
Okay.
you weren't here till what, the second or third hour or whatever.
I was live at least. I can say
no.
I wasn't here.
No, I mean, as far as any of that goes, you're clean on that. But
Remember that? Because the last couple times I called in, like everything went to shit. Like because I was in the chat. Remember that?
I mean, regardless of what you do, dude. I mean, your presence outside of your own channel stirs shit. Right, wrong,
I think it's just him that stirs that shit.
or whatever. It is a fact, right?
I guess. I mean, I don't. Yeah, who knows why?
Yeah,
But-
I mean, I don't know.
But here was my thing tonight.
Yeah, I'll apologize to Dave, but I don't know what I'm apologizing for.
There's people
I'm
out
here
there.
because you were drunk and you were on the show the other night and the week before. I was like, I gotta pay Drew. I gotta.
I
show
mean,
up.
I called in to monetize this, and I mean, I'll be honest, I felt a little slighted there, but it is what
Oh, is there trouble in Tribbleland?
it is. It happens.
Well, I did the show, and so like I kind of, unfortunately, I would have kept going, but
I
like,
probably came out at the wrong time. I get it.
No,
but-
you were fine. You just had to end the show.
But I feel
I was
like
getting yelled at because we had to get up early.
But that's why I'm not putting any names to anything. It is what it is. There's
Don't be a
6
pussy.
days.
Don't name them.
No, I don't need to name names of this because
Name
in the
the
next
Let's name them.
You name names, Joe. You name names.
no, but here listen me out. You must have missed the beginning because in the next 6 hours and 20 minutes, I don't need to name names because I've offered everyone, Joe. Anyone that has ever heard my voice or can hear my voice right now, and if you're deaf, I'm sorry, but figure it out. But if I've ever sent a message or a DM or anything that has exposed me as a fake fuck, there's 6 hours and 20 minutes left, Joe, to put it into a DM to me and a tweet to me and a video exposing me. Pull your D to DMs, protect the DM, talk shit it's on the table because I expose. Can you tell me in your personal life that, and I've got to share it with you personally, the whole thing where it's like, oh, you're.
I'm going to increase this to 1.5 times speed. Maybe it'll make it more bearable.
DMs, you said that about me in your DMs? What, are you kidding me? Like, if someone's feelings have been hurt, they're going to go to someone else and share their feelings and look for a shoulder. That's not a bad thing.
That's what can happen. I mean, listen, the only thing that people should worry about is like when you're actually talking shit. Like,
Right.
I've had people
That's
talk.
what I'm saying.
I've had friends people that I thought were my friends, and you know what I'm talking about, where they talk shit about me, like
I just put it to 1.25 times speed. Now we're getting into something juicy.
real bad shit to like bad people. And then it comes out, and I remember I said to you, I said, I can't believe this. I did this with you, and I said, can you believe this person is saying this about me?
Right.
Like me and him are we're like real friends, and he's saying this to some scumbag person.
No, I
Like-
agree. And
like-
I said that at the beginning of the night. I said, I mean, I'll tell you right now. I mean,
What have you done though? Like to anybody? Like what have you really done besides try to be friends with everybody?
No, I'm saying like, for instance, let me give one.
Well, he let me on his show the other day, and then I let Ken on. I'm sure you'll hold that over him.
Small example of something that's happened in the last 4 years,
Small-
whatever.
JD's
But
dick.
no,
JD's
right? Well, yeah, JD's dick is small. Sean's views is very. We've all seen
Oh,
that
you know,
one. We've seen that one.
I got to tell you something, Drew. I feel awful for Sean's view. I talked to him earlier, and oh my god, bro,
Really?
you don't even understand this poor guy's fucking. Not
What? Because
only
he's a dumb shit for allowing an entire troll community in.
Bam! Bam! So, Joe is now going to proceed to lie, saying, I had no idea. I had no idea, and people started contacting me, and eventually I'd paid attention to it, but I had no idea. But this guy, poor Sean's view, it's not like he was trying to affect my income, but I'll fucking shit on Ken for making a jab on me on his show, or Dave Rose for doing a 12-hour stream on him. But no, Sean's view, it's okay. He's such a poor guy, we need to give him sympathy. Because despite the fact he tried to affect my income, he's just such a cuck that he can't get access to his own kids. Not my problem. Not my problem. But what should be your problem, Joe, is this guy brought up these evil people, and it's funny how, very convenient even, how you would claim that I and others are the evil ones. Meanwhile, you're cool with YR and Tony and Bullfrog going on to Sean's View show, slandering you and attempting to affect your income. Very hypocritical. Very transparent.
Is that what you're talking about?
it's not just that. Like, yeah, you know what it is I didn't know about that, by the way. But a bunch
I tried.
I know a bunch of people hit me up, and finally, somebody sent me a video of him or something, and I went, oh my god. And somebody said,
I'm sorry. I guess if you were unaware, I'm sorry. I guess I just figured you would have within the community figured that out, but that's my bad.
I honestly ignore so much that I don't even know, bro. I don't even care what people do.
I'll tell you this.
That guy needs a lawyer. I told him to get a lawyer to see his kid.
The last time I heard a word from you, I heard that if you send me any drama bullshit, I'm blocking you, and I'm like, well, I can't send him that.
Yeah, I was like, I'm done with this. But enough people sent it to me, like random people that I don't even remember. And people were begging me to like reach out to him. And people that you know and I know, and you wouldn't believe the people that reached out to me. People that you would think hate me, lots of different.
Okay, so this is interesting because I saw the same thing displayed from other people where they're like, I don't like Joe and I don't agree with what he does, but this is something that at least I can draw a line in the sand and say this is not appropriate.
People, and I mean lots of people, reach out to me and said, I know that I've been shitty to you, or I know that we don't talk, or things like that. You got to see this. This guy's fucked. And I just was like, what? I don't care.
I know I was a babbling fuck the other night, and you probably didn't get what I was getting at because let's be honest, like 9 hours earlier, I got hit with the biggest bomb I ever been hit with on this channel, and I drank to it, and probably wasn't the best scenario for either of us to try and understand what each other was saying. But when I came in late Friday night at the end of your show, there was a reason for that, and it was influenced by that.
Alcohol.
No, not alcohol, but the fact that the guy's a fucking squandering piece of shit. Unless you're going to clear that up.
Who is Sean?
Sean, yeah. Sean, Bullfrog, whatever.
Oh, yeah. Well,
See, it's funny because Drew is trying to be diplomatic about it. He shouldn't be, but, he's, like I said, he was a gleeful drunk. He's imagined himself waltzing through a fairy garden, wearing nothing but leaves and sprinkling, pixie dust over everything. He's having quite the enjoyable experience here. And he's not going to bring himself down, but he is sort of hinting at certain things that Joe is not addressing, and he's trying to present it right to his face to at least have Joe address it. And Joe he's avoiding it. He's like, I know what kind of bait that is. Like, I don't want to take it. I want to fucking continue to swim free and pretend like I'm the victim. Because after all, 1 out of 12 co-hosts can't be wrong, right? It's like fucking, remember those commercials for the toothpaste? Like, 9 out of 10 doctors recommend this sort of toothpaste. Well, only 1 out of 12 former co-hosts recommend Joe Cronin.
They know what they were doing.
Or is that now 13 because Drew's left?
I just don't pay attention to stuff. That's the thing, man. Like,
excuse me while I laugh inside. Because that is hilarious. You don't watch shit? Please, just stop lying, okay? Just like about your homosexuality, bisexuality, whatever. Just stop lying, okay? Just be honest. We know you watch. We know you watch because we've worked with you in the past, and when shit was happening that other people were talking about you basically had your system, your computer system with all your screens, giving you the full display. You're like Batman. You got everything on your Bat computer there. So stop with the lies. We know you watch.
I used to a lot. You know that.
Stop with the lies.
And like, as we would talk, and I'd be.
And yes, I'm calling you a liar, and that's the worst thing for you, apparently. You can't sail away like me. But, if somebody says something that, oh my God, it's a lie, you gotta fucking waffle a mic.
Surprised what you knew and I knew, but like, I don't.
It's weird. In the last year, it's flipped. Like, you used to tell me shit. And in the last year, I've been the one telling you shit. And somehow, right?
Actually, before I continue, good point. Who was it that said that? Derailed, yeah. Well, I'm not surprised you're saying it, because you're just honest, but regardless, the point is, he's saying right now, at least he didn't add Mars Mira, it would have not ended as well. That's more true than you might know, Drew, because if I remember correctly, because I listened as much as I could of this, and I said, no, I gotta fucking review this stuff. I've got to review this sort of thing. So from what I did hear, I believe Joe does mention Mars at one point in regards to, you didn't see that video I made on Mars exposing him? That's what I remember him saying. So, it was probably soon after where I was like, okay, I got enough to fucking go because this is too much and I'd rather respond to it in a natural manner. And, obviously it's never scripted here. No fake laughs here. Just really weird sounding ones. And, I thought it was necessary to do that. But yes, keep your ears open for that.
Right or wrong, whatever you want to call it, I feel like I became the bad guy at the end for that. And it's like, I'm sorry I put my finger on the pulse a little more. I don't know.
You shouldn't need to be apologizing, Drew.
You know what I mean?
Hey, you're right here. I mean, bury the fuck out of me if you got it, but...
I don't want to... No, there's nothing to bury.
Of course you do, Joe. Of course you do.
It's the only thing is what it is,
The only thing that it is, if it wasn't a thing, then it wouldn't be a thing. I thought you said you didn't care. But it is a thing, so what's the thing?
Think about just... I don't know, I don't know if you can... it's really hard to say. There's so many people that...
Now, I'm going to have to lower it back to one-time speed because and you're noticing this right now, but that when Joe is starting to trip over his own lies and try to cover up for himself, he starts to talk. He starts to talk quickly. You'll notice it.
If you have enough people that you think are your friend and they shit on you or turn on you like people do to me, you just kind of
1 out of, or maybe I should just say 11 out of 12, 12 out of 13 co-hosts can't be wrong. That's the way it should be advertised. Warning, this is the Joe Cronin Show. 12 out of 13 co-hosts can't be wrong. This is a toxic environment with a individual who sees himself as an internal victim. You have been warned. No pussies allowed!
I don't know. It makes you kind of weird and
makes you skeptical of the next person.
You know what? I'm starting to realize why he keeps saying weird so often. Because he just has no comprehension skills. If everything is fucking weird to you, it's because you have an inability to understand the world around you. I could recommend picking up a book, but maybe you'd use it at a doorstop or something. I don't know. I think that maybe there's something there that you have some sort of blockage when it comes to learning.
It makes you want to not really want to meet new people or anything like that because I literally
go ahead, Bodar.
Sorry,
I'm sorry. No, you've been quiet for a long time, Bodar. Go for it.
Because from what I'm hearing and what I'm observing is that a lot of people that act like they're your friends aren't really your friends, but then you have an actual loyal group of people that actually give a shit about you, and this goes for Joe Cronin as well. And I don't know if you guys consider me a friend, but I would love to be considered a friend because if you guys needed someone to talk to and shit, I'd be there to talk to you and whatnot.
Can I ask you something? Can I ask you something, Bodark? How wide is your asshole?
How wide is my asshole? Well,
I mean, it makes a difference here in this scenario. You want to be a friend. I mean, I need to know how wide your asshole is.
Drew's been to prison. I'm gonna have to confirm that right now. Drew's been in prison and he's probably been middle management. He could trade around a few of the prison whores and stuff. It sounds like he's sort of sizing them up for the tops.
Dark, I like you, man. That's why I have fun with you. Even when you've said shit and I've said shit to you and we've had our thing too, but I always considered you just kind of taken advantage of. People would take advantage of your emotions to get
and Bodar kind of set himself up too.
But they took advantage. People took advantage of Bodark to get him to shit on me, and then I shit on him.
Oh,
shut up!
I see.
That's what I'm saying. But with Bodark, I never.
They took advantage of him. No, so Bodark didn't have any potential qualms against you. Is it always somebody that's influencing somebody else? So there's a virus out there infecting everyone's minds.
Really hated him at all or ever hate. I just had fun playing the game. Like, all right, if he's going to talk shit, I'm going to go there with
Shut
him.
up.
But I
Bodark-
never.
Yeah.
You're okay, Bodark. People take advantage of you, and that's about it. You know, that's what happened.
Yeah, you're a simpleton. People take advantage of you. But I know what's best for you.
I would, with all due respect, Bodark, and I really don't mean this in a hateful way, you've been gullible in some scenarios.
Yeah, true. Which is obvious. You know, I mean, I've fallen for people's traps and the fact that they try and act
Right.
like they give a shit. And, you know, certain people, I'm not going to name them, but they obviously know who the fuck they are because they were in your chat early.
You people have to start growing testicles and penises and, you know, a pair of testicles and one penis, you know, not more. And start being men. Start naming names. Stop being pussies. Are you bothered or even scared that somebody might show up in your chat and start fucking harassing you? It's called subscriber only mode. Be smart. Start to fucking ban people from your channel. Very simple.
You're talking shit.
They have your address! No, I'm kidding. Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead. Come drive all the way up here, man. I got something with your name on it, and it's not gonna be pretty because you come at my door and welcome. There's a thing called the Second Amendment.
Oh, wait. Hey, anyways,
Dr.
yeah,
Earl,
I think we get this. Dr. Earl is coming in his pants right now.
Listen, man. Like, I think we all get it. And
Why does everyone always say listen? Or why do so many people say listen? I don't understand that. If you're already in a conversation with somebody, what's the point of saying listen? When they're already paying attention to you? I mean, it's not like there's a fucking cacophony of noise. You guys aren't on a fucking, Midway or fucking, a concert. It's like everyone can hear each other. What is the fucking point of saying listen? And don't give me this fucking, it's a colloquial term or... No. Why expend that energy to say that if there's no purpose behind it? Stop telling me to listen.
And like, we like you. You know, that's the thing. You know, and with me, and Drew's really easy. I'm a different way. I'll keep Drew will forgive you quickly or whatever. I will...
Be a bitch and hold a grudge? Yes, you will.
If someone isn't real with me, is
Shut the fuck up. This is not the 90s. Stop with this, it's real, it's fake, it's real, it's fake. Just stop.
is like telling me like, oh, what's up? And then on the side, they're like, fuck him. Like, I notice it, and I'll be like...
How's that even possible if you don't fucking watch? That's another crack in your foundations, Joe. You sure the house wasn't built on clay? That's not a very smart move. But come on.
If I notice it or someone tells me, I'll be like, well, I'm not going to be cool.
Oh, if I notice it or somebody tells me. You got to add that last one in there just to cover your ass, Because it's, you don't watch anything.
Cool.
Yeah.
You haven't done so in a long time.
I'll bury it if you want to go. So that's all it is. But in real life, who cares, really? So I like you, man. I like, and I feel bad for what happened to you. But the fact is, Drew has offered me several times, has mentioned to me that we should hit you up about a 3-way gay sex party. What do you...
Stop with the gay shit.
You say, Bodark?
I thought your asshole was open enough.
Again, this is the sign of an intellectually weak individual. And you know my take on this, because it is the take of psychologists. But using comedy overtly and so often shows, several different things about an individual: lack of self-worth, inhibition. It's mainly issues with self, and due to their weakness specifically to be able to deal with harsh situations. This is a symptom that kids experience when they're young because their neurology is still forming. So even in a scary situation, you might have somebody laugh, a child laugh, because it's a visceral emotional reaction, and their mind still hasn't fully formed, so that the proper reaction isn't made. But when it comes to constantly making jokes, it really reveals a very, very clear image of how they see themselves, their insecurities, their fears. And I'm never going to overlook that or excuse it, because I think it's the most cowardice thing out there, to not be able to confront a difficult topic. There's the fight or flight thing, but there's no joke thing. Okay? There's no joke. Oh, in the middle, I'll just joke around. I can diffuse the situation. No. You have a serious situation. Either get the fuck out or fight. And I'll never excuse that. To me, it's a sign of weakness. Somebody who has cowardice and is unwilling to confront a situation, no matter how difficult they might find it in themselves. Forget about other people. So if you have a psychological issue in confronting a topic, which, again, I think that's exactly the reason why Joe Cronin won't debate me on race. But if you have a psychological underlying condition preventing you from confronting realities, one method to deal with that is through overt use of comedy. Let's continue.
Nah, bro, it's the other way around, bro.
Oh, ain't my asshole. I mean, what?
How old is he, Drew?
No, hold on. Let me go back to the chat. Tiff, she says, do men really talk that way to each other? I would never joke and say I want to have sex with a woman, LOL. Here's the thing. Okay, Tiff, look at the way I react, okay? Now, maybe I'm a little more traditionalist, whatever. Fine. But no, I've never been exposed to that shit. I've never seen that. It's so overt, and it's certainly not common. And I've got, friends that are a little more colorful with their use of language, and I guess a little more uncultured when it comes to sharing those details. But it's always about the opposite gender. It's never about, hey guys, let's all whip out our dicks and like compare the sizes, and like this stuff is so, the stuff that Joe does is so fucking overt, and it's so fucking disgusting. There's no, like, I don't see a point to this. Maybe if your audience was predominantly gay, they might find it funny. They might, because, there's the whole relationship that you have where, with comedy, if you can relate to it, obviously it becomes more comical, blah, 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 blah. So maybe that's what he's going for. But it's disgusting. It really is disgusting.
13. No, I'm not.
Oh, God.
I'm kidding. Bodark, you're what, 31?
I'm actually
14. Go ahead. Tell me some more about your dick.
I'm actually 25, turning 26.
What? I know you've told me that age before. I didn't realize it was that young.
Wow, somewhere Casey just shot up out of his bed.
Casey's like, he's 8! He's 8! Casey's like, I have Final Fantasy 8! This is awesome!
8 rhymes with masturbate.
Oh, no! No, but...
Oh, God.
But, I mean, I guess what I've ran into the last couple weeks, Joe, is the whole fucking, I'm a turncoat, I'm a...
It could be because you're talking to somebody who tries to, like, shit all over me every second, all the time, and then you just talk to them like...
No, those people have been actually very accepting of my opinions. The people you're thinking of, I've actually tossed my opinions at that have been contradictory to theirs, and they've accepted it. So, unfortunately, or fortunately, whatever you want to call it,
I know that I heard the trolling too, like for weeks or a week at least. So
But I thought you said you don't listen. Joe, you really have to. Again, Nikki and I, we're obviously correct, but when we cry out to the heavens to give us worthy opponents, we're not wrong. Please, please make an effort to keep track of your lies. Please make it a challenge for me.
I had to mute some things.
No, I mean, I was told that I was fucking fake. Like I just sucked on Cronin's cock until it fed me appropriately, and it's like, what the fuck?
You are a little sus. I will admit that.
Come
on.
Your language is that of a homosexual. It's suspect. Don't say sus. That's fucking. You're continually dumbing yourself down, and eventually all you'll be able to do is communicate through grunts. Don't you understand what's going on? Stop it. Amplify your vocabulary. Get hooked on phonics. It'll work for you.
I love you anyway.
Well,
okay.
And I think they got a Bostonian bitch version as well to remove that disgusting accent that you motherfuckers have.
As long as, as long as that's out there, at least I've got that side of things. But I mean, I've had others that have fucking. I guess you're catching me at the wrong time because I'm fucking.
Well, I'll tell you what, man. I don't care what you do to me or anybody. I'll still be your friend. So fuck them. Fuck those people.
You don't care, but fuck them? That's kind of a contradictory statement. You have to take one breath. Impressive. Most impressive.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. I have different friends than other people, and people are like, oh, well, that must mean that you're.
I got a friends in lonely place. Hey, Drew.
Like, for instance, I've been told, I was told by several people that I guess you've been friends with or you are friends with, that you're a scumbag and don't have him on your show. And then when I do notice that you're friends with them, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Who causes the divide and conquer that we see again? This seems to be quite consistent. We've noticed this on many occasions. And we've heard Joe say the exact same thing, although to this date we have yet to see any proof, but we've seen exactly that. Oh, I've talked to people who are supposedly your friends, and they say you're a scumbag and you shouldn't be on my show. I'd love for you to back that up.
Wait a minute, those people would relentlessly tell me.
Here's what I would do in a situation like that. I'd immediately screen capture it, show it to that person they were talking to, call that guy up, and say, yeah, let's talk about this, and pull in the person they were talking shit about and be like, well, they're here now. You guys have the floor. That's what I'd fucking do.
That I shouldn't have him around, and he's sucking dick, and he's a full of shit artist. And now he's friend. So like I do see that.
If that's being said about me by the
so jealous. Oh, he's hanging with other people and
those people, then maybe I need to see that because I haven't heard that.
Well,
see, Drew's being honest, and again, he's really drunk. He's drunk Drew, which means he's really honest, and he hasn't seen it. So, from the mouths of babes, in their most honest forms, Giddy Drew hasn't seen that. Now, we know that Drew actually puts effort into his shows. You know, yes, he owns a Macintosh, so that does make him a little homosexual, but we know he takes notes, and you know his news shows prove that. That's infinitely more than Joe does. He relies on other people, and if not, he'll just go off the CNN article, read the headline, and breeze through it and just pretend to know. So if Drew says he hasn't seen it, I think you can put some weight behind that opinion.
I don't know who those people are that you're saying because it's kind of discreet, but the people that I just look, I've always been friends who I decide to be friends with, and I'm enemies with who I decide to be enemies with. And no one person has swayed that.
Right.
And
yeah, but Joe has tried. And he'll say, well, Dave Rose told me not to hang out with Scott McKinnon. And that would be an absolute lie. And again, Joe, I'm calling you a liar again. The fact is, I never said don't hang out with them. What I did say is that you're going to have to deal with whatever repercussions happen from that. And I'm cutting him off, and I'm not doing things with him. And, yeah, he misconstrued it. And even in that same fucking message, which I have the screenshots of, I said, I am not telling you who to associate with. Stop saying that. Stop putting words in my mouth. But you know, Joe, let's continue.
And I think you know that because there's people that
can't stand it. People can't stand it because they want conflict with people. They always want conflict. I think from my point of view is that I
don't want conflict, Joe. But it was foisted upon to me, and, well, now I'm teaching people why you don't fuck around with Dave Rose. It's just as simple as that. I wanted to be left alone, and people pushed it. And now, well, the gates of hell are open. If and when they close, I have no fucking clue. Maybe somebody can close them for me. But until then, fire reigns supreme, and fire rises. So, just something to keep in mind.
I really don't want conflict with anybody. But
No, you want domination and control. If somebody doesn't agree with you, or supports you unquestionably, nope. They are now your enemy, and they're stupid, and they don't know what they're talking about, and they turned on you, and blah, and they're fake and not real, mon. You know, the whole typical Scott argument there. You guys are literally fucking twins.
If you jump in my shoes, imagine somebody coming constantly saying like Drew's a scumbag, and then the next minute like they're cool with you. It's sort of like, but they also shit on me. It's like, what's really going on with that? That's weird. But
again with the word weird. Sorry. Well, actually, no, I'm not sorry. But your lack of comprehension, not my problem. I'm going to have to send you back a couple of grades, at least. And you're going to have to repeat the fucking grades that they pushed you through. Because clearly there's certain things you're not understanding.
But other people, though, Drew, wait a minute. Other people, though, hate that you can be friends with anybody.
Like you.
That's what they don't like. They don't like that you can be friends with who you want to be friends with. Nobody wants you to be happy. They want to cause...
That's a blanket statement if I ever fucking heard one. Nobody wants you to be happy. Here's the thing, though. I think... First of all, the bitch protest too much. Second, are you really relying on what other people think you deserve for your own fucking happiness? Are you that fucking pathetic? Seriously, dude. Man up and fucking grow up.
Conflict, especially the little minority of the community here that follows everybody's stuff everywhere.
It follows everyone's stuff everywhere. If you were more specific, we might be able to nail... See, here's the thing. What Joe doesn't seem to understand, and probably because he's part of the problem, he's a leftist, is that shaming tactics do work. So, and also excommunication and, you know, pulling a Dave Rose or a Nikki Nines, something like that works. This is fucking evident. So, if these individuals are identified, they can be quarantined and they can be cast away, just like the same thing has been done with Skunt. He's now just a ghost. Jacob Marley fucking just rummaging with his fucking chains and shit, making a little bit of noise, but no, like, shit, people sleep through his fucking hauntings. Nobody fucking cares. Come on. He's been relegated to nothing. He's been destroyed. And it continues to happen to those, obviously, where's Drama Club 2021? And their splinter factions. Gone. Yeah, they might come back, but again, the infection gets less and less powerful every time. They're relegated into even more obscurity every time.
That started here and with JD. It's a lot of people that came from JD for some reason. I don't know what it is, but you know, what happens is once I figure them out, then they're like, oh, the playground's over because Joe figured me out. So then they jump somewhere else, and then they jump the next one. So like, you're just dealing with that right now. That's what it is, man. I would just say stay the course, because just like Sean's view, you know, he was basically upset talking to me earlier. And I said, man, just stay the course and do what made people love.
Well, you've already explained that people told you that the scumbaggery that he did. So you were talking to him and not really addressing those issues, but more so what he was encountering in life. Were you involved in that potential conspiracy, Joe? Because we all witnessed it. People were willing to go to bat for you because of the way that he conducted himself with associating himself with those pieces of shit, and thus affecting your name and potentially affecting your income. But you're willing to overlook that, knowing, well, now that you've admittedly stated that you were aware of it, you're willing to overlook that? Very interesting.
Yeah, I've been doing what I've been doing, even since I stepped down from your show, since I stepped down from doing this, that, whatever. I've been doing what I do. Maybe I haven't put out the equivalent amount of videos that I did in the last couple months. I'll be honest with you, dude. I've been fucking bombarded with my own personal life shit has been bombarding me. But
and I'm not saying you're not doing anything less than you did. You're always doing what you do. I'm just saying now in this moment, if you're wondering, like, just keep doing what you're doing.
Right.
And you're.
No, the point I'm making is, and I think you've known because you and I have even.
We fucked.
No, that too. let me see if I can put this as
he's struggling
equally as I could possibly can put it, as drunk as I am. I've been friends who I've decided to be friends with despite anyone else's feelings on the matter. And I feel like I've argued with those people to the T over those, and whether I decide to be friends with a certain person or not, I make that decision on my own, and no one else makes that decision for me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, because, in the end, people don't have the right to tell you.
I'll find out my own way and on my own time if that person really is truly a piece of shit.
Dude, it's like me. It's like me. I almost never tell anybody about anybody anymore. Almost. Because when I do it, I become the bad guy. And then what happens is I might be right, but there also might be some times where maybe I created a bad experience with somebody, right?
Well, I've been there too. I've definitely been there. I've got co-hosts former co-hosts.
Yes, you know what I'm talking about. And if I create a bad experience with somebody, it's not my right to now sort of try to manipulate their experience with somebody I'm friends with.
Right.
We all used to do that, like all of us, not necessarily you, but like me and my former co-host, we all used to do that with each other. Me and JB and Ken and a couple other people, we just sort of like message each other like, oh, look out for this guy, this time, oh, look out for this. And we would all do it. And it just caused this toxic fucking environment of shit. So what I've noticed is life is so much better now. And I'm dead serious. And not in the way that if you really just settle down and worry about yourself and take it easy, unless it's something major, right? Like, it's so much easier. If you mind your own business, if you just mind your own business for the most part, unless something really bad happens, right? Like, obviously, if there's some horrific thing you want to tell your friend, hey, heads up. But you can tell your friend heads up without telling them, like, what to do. You can be like,
right,
hey.
That's exactly what I did with Scott. And you were saying, don't tell me what to do. And I was saying, I'm not telling you what to do.
This guy that I just wanted to say, he's.
See, this is how you show a weak individual, is that they need you to actually pre-select words to use when speaking to them so that they're not triggered. It's one of the most pathetic traits that people have, that they actually impose on you because of their own emotional fragility, that you now have to pick and choose what words you use so that you don't trigger them. I want to feel special. Don't make me feel bad. My feelings are all that's important.
He did this on my show, just giving you the heads up. But other than that, I don't know, have fun, whatever. Just giving you the heads up as a friend, but that's it. That's okay. But when you're like manipulating people and stuff, that will just drag you down. It will stress people out. It will, and I've been guilty of that, in the past. But I once in a while will still peep in You know, there was a guy recently that I peeped into you about because Jake DeMarco was really adamant about, like, you got to tell him. And then I did, and I felt like I was a dickhead for it. And I was like, man, I was just trying to do what I thought was right.
Really?
But so, like,
something you sent me?
Yeah, it's not a big deal. It's a stupid thing, but it was something a while back. You know what I'm talking about if you think about it. Maybe or you look
I
at
have to think about it.
But
I'm going to have to look. I have to think about it.
I have totally removed myself. When anybody comes to me and tells me about someone now, I just go, I don't know, dude. Until he does something to me, I'm not doing anything. Which I think is the way you've always been.
I've always been that way. Like, and I know that my friends don't align with your list of friends, and vice versa with enemies. Like, you've got enemies that are my friends, vice versa, whatever the fuck. And I just hope that can be respected, with across the board. Not you per se, but just everyone. Like, oh, well, Joe's not a friend of that person. How could Drew be that friend? And it's like,
I want to explain that.
I'm sorry. We've all been through different experiences. How the fuck am I?
These are trolls. These are fake trolls trying to get at you because they see what a lot of people see, and they probably think I see it too. So they're on no one's behalf really, but their own, are trying to create conflict to put the seed in your head that you're doing something wrong to me or to somebody else. That's what's going on because people come to me and try to tell me, oh, Drew, this is what's been going on in the community forever. It's full of troll people.
He can't even finish a sentence.
You know what I mean? Like, there's some creepy troll people. There's some people in your chat that I can't even believe are here, but you know what I mean? And I know what they do and who they are. But what am I
in my chat, they don't do anything wrong, so how am I to castigate them for
I know.
Yes.
I know. But,
no, you don't.
But that's the thing is, like, that's why I don't come to you with it, because it's like, whatever. But everybody knows.
Like,
a lot of people have seen them other places say
no, I thought you don't watch.
Horrifically.
Perhaps, and I mean, if you show me the screenshot that shows that Jay Johnson said that Joe Cronin, fucks this or that, or I mean, the weird shit, whatever, then it'd be like, okay, fuck them.
I don't think you'd care, to be honest. But that whatever.
Okay, well, say they said that Seth Negan did this, or Drew did this, or Frank did. Well, I don't. It would be.
I will say that no. Well, Sith Negan definitely didn't do anything. But no, people do that with Sith too, because Sith is a supporter.
He came to me. He told me.
No, Sith is a supporter of JD, and people came to me in my DMs and were like, "Do you know that he's blah, blah," trying to get me to get like upset? And I told Sith, I was like, dude, this guy's going around saying this about you. So it's just, dude, these people live to stir shit up, dude. And like Sith said, man, who the fuck gives a fuck where somebody wants to support whatever?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, we're lucky. I'm lucky to have had.
Actually, Tiff in the chat actually makes a good point here. Let me just read it out. This is the chat of Drew's show, not this one right now. And give me a second here. This is what she says. Sith, I know exactly what you mean. I'm glad Joe has lightened up on that subject. I'm not too sure what he was referring to, but her next comment is, Joe took my wrench away just for being on other people's live streams, but I'm glad he doesn't do that to other people anymore.
Had the support I got from Sith. JD's lucky to have the support he gets from Sith. You're lucky to have the support you get from Sith, and all these people. And we're all lucky to have the support and to, I mean, dude, it's a big give. It's a big everybody's in it for, like, we want everybody to succeed. That way everybody's got various entertainment. We just want to listen to Joe every night or Drew every night. It's like there's tons of stuff.
Right.
Like,
no, I know, and there's been different vibes given over the years where, maybe I don't necessarily follow the same parameters. That it's like, well, if you're live, then I'm not live. Then this is live, and that's not live. Like, we've got to.
That's overblown. First of all, that's
overblown. Like, look, what was it? Friday night, I went live, and Casey and I did a pilot show that we were trying out, and it was successful enough that we ended up running into an hour into Heist Man's show. Like, I'm not going to change what I'm doing because someone else is doing something, because ultimately,
and you know what I got?
Especially with the names that are in my description box, like you guys, in my mind, and I hope that everyone in that description box understands that the vice versa is the same, that we're all rubbing each other's shoulders and we all grow together. And I know that the thing 4 or 5 years ago, Joe, was you don't go live over each other. And, I would not intentionally. I'm not going to go live on a Friday night 2 nights ago and go, CM Punk returns, fuck Joe. That's not going to happen. I'm going to go live. I'm going to do my new shit. And I'm sorry if you're live at the same time, but hopefully the person that finds me subs to you or vice versa.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You can tell when someone's disingenuous. When someone that never covers wrestling makes a title, and then, whatever, and says something about, you can tell. What you're...
And, whatever. Is that a shout out to Ken?
doing is a different style, somewhat. This, we have similar styles.
Yeah, no. When it comes to monetize this, corrupted, throw down, that stuff like that, yeah, it's very similar. We can actually...
There hasn't been a corrupted in 5 weeks, but,
Jesus.
Bottom line...
But our shit could cross when it comes to news stories covered.
And I don't mind it at all.
But I've never had a problem with it either. And even, a few weeks ago, we covered Max Caster a few weeks ago, and it's like, to me, that stepped out of the bounds of wrestling to me and was like, this shit needs to be talked about on a national level, because this dude got fucked for bullshit SJW shit.
Yeah, and you're not going to pretend that you don't like wrestling.
Hey, cheers, Heist.
What's up, Heist? And you're not going to pretend that you don't like wrestling. Like, dude, there's a dishonest way to do something or a dickhead way to do something, and then there's, an honest way to do it. And I think
if I went live tonight with NXT TakeOver, it would have been obvious.
Well...
you got to show your work and be more specific, Mr. Cronin. I'm going to have to ask you to stay after class.
I mean...
I don't watch it, dude.
And even if you did, what is it, But I guess, I have to get over that if you did that. But there's nothing I can, what am I going to do about that? But there is a thing that sort of a respect or a thing you do that you do, and I think you're fine. I think that people are trying to get in your head and fuck with you, to fuck with all of us. They want me to get mad at you is what it is. People want me to get mad at you. So
well, historically, people have succeeded in every realm of every co-host that you've ever had. So,
But you're different because you don't really get mad like that. You know what's going on. So that's the thing,
Even
dude.
Tonight, the shit I said, I'm not mad. It's just like, look, if you want to, not you specifically, but anyone, if someone wants to expose me, the next 6 days of the time, I think
the only thing I think you're a little JB-ish in the way that I think you could still be on my shows. I think you're a little JB-ish like that, but that's the only...
That's a nice little jab there. You're a little JB-ish. So you show backbone. You say, I'd actually love to spend time with my family, to have more time available, to not literally dedicate a quarter or more of a day to sitting on my ass and streaming with you when I could be doing all these other different things. Getting sleep, hanging with the family, going out and doing things. No, that's not acceptable. So that's JB-ish. That you stand up and show interest in spending time with your family.
Only thing that I've said about you you're a sweet, sexy pie.
I love. Well, and I'm not against being on your shows. Like, I'll do a fucking podcast with you tomorrow if the timing works out, and I've already told you that.
You called the other night at 5 a.m, like on Mark Times.
You did hang up like a minute later and tell me I was fake, but
Well, I was ending the show, and I figured that everybody was writing Drew the fake, so I was like, all right, I'll call him the fake. And
fair enough. I was obliterated because Sith Negan got me drunk 6 hours earlier, so you got what you got at that point. But with all due respect to JB, because I love JB to death, but one of my, as far as I'm concerned, one of my best friends through YouTube over the years. But he, I don't think that's a fair comparison because...
No, I said ish, very ish. You're not...
No, okay, fair enough.
You gotta understand, from my... dude, that guy's was never my real friend. I thought he was. I thought he was my friend. He really wasn't. You see, Nerdy came on...
Wow.
...on the other night, and he goes... Man, I tried to do a podcast thing with you, and I told JB, I'd bring him on, and then he said, "Oh, I'm not doing it with that scumbag."
Wow,
and I was
wow, okay. Well, I've just as recently as a few months ago told him some shit that I wouldn't tell anyone else, and no one's ever heard it. So I don't know, maybe.
Well, listen, again, Drew, I think that this is not a self-loathing thing. I know that I'm drunk and you're drunk, and
no, it's all good, man. I say what you got to.
This is not a self-loathing thing.
Oh, there's Randy Viper in the chat saying JB is a scumbag. Keep sucking that Cronin cock there, Viper.
I think there's something wrong with me, and I don't know what it is 100%, but there's clearly something wrong. For JB to say that to Nerdy, like, dude, I can't even believe that. I was like, wow, I was wondering
did
why.
you see a screenshot of it, or did he just tell you that?
It sounds.
Why would Nerdy say, he goes, no, I'm serious. I tried to do a podcast thing, and I thought I could get a sneaky that you and him would do a thing reunion on my thing or whatever. And I was like, wow.
I'm not calling him a liar. I'm just saying if you didn't see it, like I don't want to call him a liar. Right. I really don't. But I'm at the point now, and you saw my tweet earlier today. It's like if you don't have a fucking source and a link and a fucking screen grab, I don't fucking believe any shit.
Bro, I've shown people screen grabs of really scummy stuff. They don't care. They still go, you're a dummy. And I'm like, what?
You might. I'd like to chime in a little bit because
JB doesn't like
we're way late. Go for it, man.
No, like I'm listening in, and I'm just getting both your guys' story. If like Drew said, unless there's actual evidence of this kind of shit, then it's all by hearsay and whatnot. You know what I mean, man?
Yeah, I mean, Nerdy could be fucking with me. He could be fucking with me. That's true.
He does it, and if there's one thing I know about Nerdy, he likes to draw the heat and whatnot. He plays the role he tries to play the role of the heel. And he tries, draw the heat on him and monetize this and whatnot. And
you mean he tries to be Dave Rose and fails miserably? Yes, we've noticed.
To be honest, it sounds to me he's fucking with you, and it's not right to do that kind of shit.
I'm gonna especially.
Oh no!
But
fucking drinking Jack Daniels now, Drew. Let's fuck.
Oh, I think Sith wants you to roast me. Sith Negan wants you to roast me, Joe.
Oh really? Right now? Because
are you going to deny him? I mean.
All right, my personal PayPal Sith is paypal.me. No, I'm just kidding. Listen, where else can you see a baby that's fucking over 5 feet tall? I mean, let's go.
I mean, hey, if you watched my Friday show, you would have seen the baby. Like, Frank said I was 3 drinks away from the baby, and I just ripped the shirt off and said, no, baby's fucking here. I don't think the baby's been seen. What was it, been 9 months? Last time Baby Drew was on was...
you did take a chapter right out of JB. You got the Friday show now. You got a million shows. You had to leave monetized and corrupted, but you keep popping
Christ.
Every fucking 2 seconds.
I did not expect that to go how it was. I told Casey we're going to do a 1 hour show. All my shit is like really serious.
Stop trying to guilt him.
Get off the fence, you pussy.
Hey, fuck off, man. All my shit
off the fence. How about you stop telling people to vote when you don't fucking vote, asshole?
It's too fucking serious. I'm like, let's do a show with Casey where we fucking joke around and shit.
Also, how about you learn your political system and stop calling yourself an independent? Why don't you tell us what political fucking portion of the spectrum you lie on rather than your registration status, idiot?
Saying I know I'm doing 3 hours and people that haven't called my show in 2 years are calling in. Not like I could have predicted that. I was just...
I love you. I love you. You're a good friend of me. I'm a good friend of you. We fuck. Listen, if somebody was trying to take down your livelihood and I was friends with them, would you be happy with me?
If someone was trying to take down your livelihood and you were friends with me...
Like Sean's view?
They would take down your livelihood, and then I was friends with them. I was cool with them. Would you be all right with that?
If I had solid proof of it, yeah, I probably would. Yeah.
You'd be okay with it, or you'd be not okay?
No. I'm saying that if I had proof that this person solidly were trying to take money out of my fucking family's mouth or whatever, yeah.
Okay. All right. Interesting.
I would want solid proof. Like I wouldn't just want. Where are we going here?
Not to hear.
Or made weird, outrageous statements.
I think everyone's made weird, outrageous statements.
But real ones,
like the hearsay bullshit and whatnot, and people.
Not even that, like claims, like slander claims.
Yeah, that's a little bit like in my personal.
I think that kind of thing needs to be laid out on the table because I feel like those shots have been thrown back and forth in every which way.
Well, I'm just telling you that I know that I've said it, and you don't seem to matter. So my point to you is I'm still your friend. Like, it's okay. Like, I still love you. You know what I mean? Like, so I'm a solid. I love you. You know, no matter what, no matter who you are thinking, it's okay. I still love you no matter what. You know, it's like Sean's view. You don't know what the fuck he's doing. He's like a dog chasing his tail.
I got a punt and I go hunt for the never mind. Can't say that on YouTube anymore.
John Wayne in your basement? Is that John Wayne staring at you?
John Wayne is right there. And I don't give a fuck who canceled him. The dude's been dead for fucking 40 years. And he was my grandfather's favorite. Because I know you like to say, Joe, that my grandfather was a police officer that was a racist. Whatever. Hey, John Wayne, I will diddle his fucking neck. There you go, John Wayne. Love you, bro.
You know what? I think they should release a T-shirt with John Wayne's picture, and then below John Wayne's picture it says, "John Wayne. He probably called your grandfather the N-word."
He might have. You know what? And back in the
great
70s, 60s, 50s, what do you expect? I do have some derailments coming in. I feel like we need to catch up on before we get out of here. I know I've been teasing it for a while to get out of here, but we're going for a set of Santos.
Who's
Jesus.
that Joe Cronin hater in the chat? I will come and hunt you.
Uh-oh.
Don't mess with Joe Cronin.
Jesus.
As
Oh, my God.
to school.
Jesus, do I need to mute the whole thing, Colonel Santos? Jesus Christ. I'm out of drink. I have no more. Oh, my God. All right, I'll just do shots. I don't know. Fuck. Cheers, Colonel Santos. Yeah, he started out with, again, Colonel Santos. Oh, he did turn up. You wouldn't whatever the f*** that come out of this shit. Somehow.
Oh shit.
No, listen, Joe Cronin did not invent having a podcast with a retard. Okay, that's not. I'd like to take the credit, but I heard it when I was little.
Oh, I've got
great idea.
There are places. I've got radio shows that I listen to where they've got, dude. The rock station has had. It's Johnny Dare is the name of the guy. If you've heard of him, he did a Full Throttle Saloon on whatever the fuck TV. But
oh yeah,
he play it off. Okay. Fuck. But he's like the big he's like the big DJ here in Kansas City. But he was a narrator for Full Throttle Saloon on, I think, True TV is what it is, where they were highlighting the fucking Sturgis bike rally shit. But on that morning show here in Kansas City on the rock station, and the out onto this body, they run him out into the street. All is 10 off a T-bone and get your ticket.
I have to get past this.
Oh, so like I didn't even think about that. I had no idea. Like you could have came in and told me that you have amazing news to tell me. I still would have ended the show the same way.
Here's the thing, and maybe this is an error on my part. I'm sure it is. I'll take the blame for this. But about 4 days earlier, I heard you say on your show, I will block the next person and every person after that sends me drama bullshit.
Oh, so hold on.
Also,
happy to extreme. And Bullfrog was a part of that.
Okay, so I believe Drew started. I skipped over an important part, but they're discussing the Sean's View thing and Joe's apparent ignorance.
I mean, you called someone a fake that I didn't. That I guess I assumed you were saying about me. Again, I was drunk. I was drunk.
I was saying that, but it was a joke. It wasn't serious.
But I don't know. I came into this weekend thinking, or when I called in, thinking that I was defending the fuck out of you, and it sounds like from what I hear that you didn't know what the fuck was going on.
You were defending me on Monetize This?
Right, and you apparently, from what I hear, were not aware until this evening what the fuck was going on.
I don't even know I don't know what's going on now.
It's weird.
I'm not even going to mute it because who gives a fuck at this point with 50 people watching?
Let's have a joke.
Sean's View shit, man.
Oh, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah, like those fucking dickwads went on to someone with twice the subs as you.
Ah, god damn it. I pressed the wrong button.
535, dropping $1. Cheers.
God.
Oh, Drew, let's fuck.
Oh, I think Sith
sorry, people.
wants you to roast me. Scrap sandwich.
Scrap sandwiches
with extreme chat.
To a lot on these shows. We talked a lot on these shows mostly.
Blow the eyes out of Debe or whatever the fuck. Like that clip would have never happened.
That's right. That's right. And I was friends with them. Would you be happy with me?
From what I hear, we're not aware until this evening what the fuck was going on.
I don't even know I don't know what.
There we go. 624:01.
What's going on now?
I'm not even going to mute it because who gives a fuck at this point with 50 people watching? It was the Sean's View shit, man.
Oh, that's what you're talking about?
Also, Drew, you should not be muting, okay? That is the act of a coward, i.e. a Cronin. And you should not be doing that.
Yeah, like those fucking...
Dave Rose doesn't mute.
Dickwads went on to someone with twice the subs as you and tried to fucking destroy your shit. There was this fucking Prince Ikea fucking retard fuck that was saying, Joe Cronin, you're sending your trolls, I'm going to come for you for 8 hours on a channel with 120,000 subs. And then when I come over, and Bullfrog was a part of that, those we don't speak of, was a part of that. And I thought that...
Why don't you speak their names, Drew? Why don't you speak their names? They must be continually shamed and destroyed, so they shall never, ever appear here again. That is the proper way. Listen to the Emperor. I understand the art of war. Do not worry your giddy little head. But that is what must be done.
That was fucking raunchy and fucked up as shit. And
I didn't hear this, and I don't even know about this.
That's bullshit, and you know it. Because you admitted earlier that people were coming to you telling you about this shit.
Well, like I said, I mean, I get that. I know you've been trying to bury your head as much as you can in this shit, but...
I heard the clowns were being clowns, but
Oh, so now you did hear something.
I didn't hear about...
They went outside of our community and found someone that had twice the subs as you and tried to frame you as a fucking asshole. So we go for scrap sandwich.
Scrap sandwiches
with
where
extreme
you don't
shaft.
have no bread.
What's up,
you
really
have to
quick?
basically substitute everything for something else in the
We'll get back
refrigerator.
to that. We
me. I don't know.
hung up and you're like, you're all right then and there.
What was going on at all? So like, I didn't even think about that. I had no idea. Like, you could have came in and told me that you have amazing news to tell me. I still would have ended the show the same way.
Here's the thing, and maybe this is an error on my part. I'm sure it is. I'll take the blame for this. But about 4 days earlier, I heard you say on your show, I will block the next person and every person after that sends me drama bullshit. Do you remember saying that?
Oh, yeah. And then I got more of it by people.
And when you said that, and then I saw what these fucking assholes did with Tar's View, I'm like, I'm not telling Joe shit. I'm not going to get blocked for trying to defend him. And whether that was right, wrong, indifferent, whatever you want to take from it, I'm like, after I heard your warning that I'm blocking everyone who sends me anything, I'm like, okay, fine, you don't want to hear it. But after listening to those we don't speak of for 5 hours on your show and like, oh, I'm higher and mightier than everyone else, even though I tried to take Joe out by turning a whole fucking audience against him, you better believe I called into your show at the end of fucking Monetize This and tried to bury the fuck out of that amphibian fuck piece of shit. Call me wrong, call me right, call me a piece of shit. That's why I did it.
Can I be honest with Joe too? Because I called in on Monetize This because I really was going to ram into the bullshit. And because I was like, I came in, I'm like, dude, you here you are running your fucking mouth, and you're still running your mouth because that's all you're good at. And I got booted out like not once but twice. I said, you know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna call it a night.
Dude, I mean, that guy is a bullfrog in a china shop, and I say that for a reason because he doesn't care about anyone other than himself, and he'll destroy everything in front of him to favor himself.
I will explain my point of this. I don't care about Bullfrog because Bullfrog is so retarded. Him turning on everybody and not sticking up for everybody everywhere, that does not surprise me. There are way worse people, I think, than Bullfrog. And some people accept them more, and they attack Bullfrog more, but I think it's actually there's worse people.
Name names.
Bullfrog's just an idiot.
Name names.
So if you're telling me he shit on me and didn't defend me and watched other people lie about me or whatever, that doesn't surprise me. And I would never get mad about that because I would just be like, yeah, that is that guy.
Because he's
like,
just that dumb.
He is a fucking idiot. Exactly.
I get that. I get that to a degree, but the other side of it would be he is so dumb because regardless of how dumb you and I realize he is, and maybe Bodart, Casey, whoever else is still here on this call, we realize how dumb and oblivious he is. But when he goes onto a channel with 120,000 people and says the shit that he does,
a channel that gets like 40 live viewers, Drew.
I mean, to be fair, I mean, I've got more viewers right now than he does.
How would you know how many viewers he gets? I mean, I did sort of mention that myself and ridiculed it, but if you're not aware of what Sean's View is doing, how do you know that? I'm really the only one, and C-Man as well, because we talk. Check out episode 1 of Drama Watchtower. Great show. But we're basically the two that narrowed it down to specifically that. Your figures are coincidentally too close to what we're saying to not indicate that you're listening. But let's continue.
Exactly. It's a big deal. And I just talked to Sean, too. I just talked to him.
Oh, I would love to.
So you would have probably known about YR and the rest of them, because he was jumping on the Anti-Joe bandwagon through many shows of his, including, well, obviously the ones with YR, Tony, and Bullfrog. So you would probably be well aware of that.
To know what the context of that was, but I won't put you in that position. But
you reached out to me.
I feel like it doesn't matter at this point. Like, this guy has fucking bulldozed over everything for the last 18 months. Dude, Joe.
But Joe will have him on.
I banned him like a year ago from my own channel. Like, I just don't want anything to do with it. I don't even need a penny for it. And that's not criticizing anyone else who's done anything like that. But that's how bad I wanted nothing to do with this brainless, scummy fuck. Because even if he means the best, he's going to say some shit somewhere that's going to fucking make you look like an asshole. And that's what happened this week, Joe. And that's why I was just so pissed. Because you may think he's innocent, and he might be in his own mind.
I don't think he's
intended.
He's just fucking. He's not innocent, but he's just a prick.
But this guy was a part of going for a soda with Randy.
Really bags in K and Hilarious had to ban him twice tonight.
Joe KY.
Drew and Joe KY.
Yeah, I said
favorite.
Joe KY at one point. If you don't realize what you've been doing over the last 12, 15, 18 months, Joe, Randy, whoever wants to hear me on this, if you don't realize the sack of shit you've been, I don't give a care what your doctor says or what level of fucking autism, amnesia, retardism, whatever the fuck it is. At some point, Joe, it's got to get called out.
Yeah, I mean, but you know what it is people want attention, and I'm just not.
Fuck your attention.
I don't care about it because, I mean, Drew, look at the count, dude.
And your subs are showing. I think that sort of defines where monetize this is right now. Yeah, you don't give a shit. Which has led to this joke that you call your co-host. I mean, people are saying it right here in the chat.
If I made a tweet earlier that I actually took down because people took it the wrong way, but if I could literally expose so much, like it would be on and on and on. You know what I mean? Like if I had a new co-host tomorrow called Jamie J, the new co-host on Joe Cronin show, and then Jamie J had a show on Wednesdays, there would be certain people that would be over there who already claim they hate me, who already are in other channels claiming they hate me. They would hear Jamie J on my show. They would go over to that person's show and then say like, wow, you're so much better than Joe. You should leave Joe. But they're cool. And Jamie J would be like, oh, that's nice, but good, I like Joe. We hang out. Good to see everybody. And these people just play people for attention. So it's like Chili Cheese J earlier. He's like, I'm leaving because Joe's here. Well, he goes around on everybody's streams all the time for years and talks crazy shit about me and says I'm a bad person. All these bad things. There's millions of screenshots of that guy. whatever, I've accepted it. But the guy, it's like but then he knows everything I do because he watches it still. It's like, dude, I've given up on caring about anything.
Bullshit.
Because that's so like.
I get it. I get
That's what Bullfrog wants. He wants me to flip out and talk about everything he's doing everywhere.
Forget about Bullfrog. Why don't you talk about how all three of them, Drama Club Splinter 1, basically were talking shit about you, trying to slander you, and Sean's View was totally in on it. And in fact, he partaked.
So that's why
Or is it partook?
When someone comes on and brings it up, I cut them off or I get rid of them. Because I'm doing a show.
Not if I sail away first. 12-time world champion, baby. Also, I'm retired.
For the most part. And maybe if it was back in the day on radio, sometimes it's worth a bit, to flip out on somebody and expose something.
Right. Especially if it,
Like I exposed Tony. People were like, "Why is Tony back on the show?" I said, "I'm showing you."
He exposes himself, to be honest.
Let me explain something to you. Tony was on my show. He seemed cool. He was what he was. Then Tony left for no reason. He left out of nowhere for no reason because he wasn't getting enough attention. So then he did 6 months bashing me. Bad father, bad husband, terrible person, scumbag type of guy. Meanwhile, this guy made an action figure of me. Then he says, I'm just joking. It's all just a joke work. But all these people who now hate Tony, apparently, they loved him for making fun of me. They loved it. Down to Rose, former co-host that you know about, and tons of people. They all love Tony. You're a talented guy.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit entirely. I always saw the guy as a fucking attention whore. What I saw was because of a floundering show where you would put no effort in. Again, when it was me, you, JB, and sometimes Jesse, it would be done right. What is right? What I've always said. You start off the show in a semi-serious nature, and you move into topics like the news, funny Twitter sort of videos, and then eventually it starts to devolve into debauchery, sex calls to the fucking prostitutes, or crank calls around the world, and it ends up, going off on a high note. Meanwhile, now it's relegated literally to just a circle jerk. A fucking Discord circle jerk at that.
I love you, Tony. Yeah, Joe's a scumbag. And Tony would shit on me for 6 months. Hey, Joe's a scumbag. Joe's a scumbag. And they all rooted him on. My former co-host.
I never rooted the guy on. I accepted the fact that you kicked him away and he went to go work with YR, and it's like, okay, well, since I'm at this and that current point, I was associating with YR. It's like, well, I guess I have to deal with you, but you guys saw what I had to deal with, and you guys saw how I went up against him and fucking embarrassed him and proved him wrong, and he could never handle that. And then obviously with my comments about or my retort, I should say, my response to Ken, he just couldn't let it go, despite the fact that Ken brought it up, and just could never overlook the fact that he started the shit, Tony did, by constantly reminding everyone that his dad was in Vietnam. And even trying to go up against Ken to sort of like say, well, my dad was better because he also went to Vietnam and he did all these things. And, well, when Ken makes a joke and I retort, that's the end of the world for Tony.
Former friends, they all rooted him on. But
nope.
The second that Tony announced he was coming back to me, they all started turning on him. Then they did turn on him. Then I
was never for him in the first place, but you have to understand, Joe, is that when you see a coward display themselves in public and then crawl back to you, of course you're going to point and laugh. Nobody was like trying to hold him back, like, don't go back there. It's like, no, people were like saying, yeah, go back there and see exactly what happens. And it came to play out exactly as I had foretold. Seaman also saw this, and I think somebody else had mentioned it to me too. But the bottom line is we all said the same thing. He's going to go crawling back to Joe. Joe is going to fucking brush him off and fucking reject him. And he's going to then come crawling back as a supplicant to YR and look even more pathetic. And I made a video about that when that happened, Tony just signed off an agreement on his own physical ownership, and he became YR's bitch. And I remember, talking about this quite a lot, because not only I had foretold it, but it was just so delicious to imbibe in my self-importance and also just being right, because it's exactly as we saw. And to crawl back to YR, of all people, considering yourself so big, blah, 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 neon room, blah, 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 and you crawl back to YR, of course we were going to laugh at that shit. Of course we were.
Brought him in for good. And then we showed you that everything he says is fake. And then I showed you that all my former co-hosts are also fake.
All of them, including Drew now. So I thought it was, well, no, I was saying 12 out of 13. The only one who I'm not in, the 13th is Jake. I like to suck Cronin cock, DeMarco. But and I voted for Joe Biden, which makes sense as to why he wants to suck Joe Cronin's cock. But he's also including here, obviously, Drew.
And I showed the whole world about how fake everybody really is.
This is paranoid schizophrenia at this point. All my co-hosts were wrong. All of them. All 11 of them. All 12 of them. All 13 of them. Whatever. They were all wrong. They were all fucking wrong. I'm the fucking victim. I'm the one who's right. And these people are the crazies.
Because they just wanted to be friends with Tony so he would bash me. And then was more than...
No, see, here's what you really need to understand is that's too high of a price. To bash you, when I can fucking do my own channel and fucking bash you freely for hours on end while you seethe and try to cope like a tranny in the background, it's too much of a price to pay to deal with Tony. It's not worth it.
Happy to jump back on the ship when I pretended like he was cool again, and everybody said, why would you let him on?
Oh, you pretended? Interesting.
On the show. Well, you guys spent weeks and days watching him telling me about everything.
He spent 6 months bashing you, bitch. Shut the fuck up.
He says, why are you mad that I have him on the show when you love listening to him so much? So really, what I did was I showed the world Tony. In 2 seconds, I showed the world Tony. For 2 weeks, I showed the world Tony, and I exposed how fake everybody is. Everybody is desperate to get anybody to hate me. Danny MT was a wonderful...
You're so pathetic. This is definitely some form of paranoia. I'm going to have to discuss this with... we're going to have some sort of psychology show with C-Man and with Travis and myself, obviously. And have some sort of conference to determine exactly what sort of mental illnesses Joe is currently suffering from, and potentially any, treatments that could be available, both allopathic and perhaps natural or alternative. But definitely something there would be required. A nice consensus between three individuals aware of this sort of thing. So.
Wonderful person until Danny MT liked Joe. Fact.
I gave Tony the benefit of the doubt earlier on, even though I didn't. I wasn't big on the piano thing. I never was, but I'm not gonna let that allow me to hate someone. So I gave him the benefit of the doubt. I even helped him a little bit with OBS and shit. Not that he ever utilized it for anything, but. That was around the time I started putting my finger on the pulse when Tony wasn't on your show but was elsewhere. That's where I started paying more attention, and that's where I think maybe you and I had some disagreements over the last 8 months, whatever.
Oh, so
I've
YR's
never had
channel.
disagreements. I've always known. I just wasn't. I'm not calling.
But,
I let.
Wait. You've always known. It's like I need one of those bingo cards and a dabber. You know, some of these bingo people are hardcore, and like they can have like 5 cards in front of them or more, and they've got like 2 dabbers and then blah, 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 blah. Like just to keep track of this guy's lies and his fucking contradictions.
People hang now.
Where I was at the point, you know, for the last 3 years, like ignore it and it doesn't exist. That one really compelled me, and I'm sure he's getting a fucking boner hearing that, Joe. But I felt like this was the guy to watch.
So,
and I feel like in hindsight, I was right. I'm sorry, Bodark, but I feel like in hindsight, I was right because now we see, and now I know that the only thing I regret is that I didn't buy.
By the way, 1.5 times speed. Drew sounding normal once more.
About 20 terabytes of hard drive to record all the horse shit. Because, Joe, you and I would have had a 48-hour extravaganza on this motherfucker if I had the terabytes available to fucking.
Oh, dude, I've got all the clips. You wouldn't believe what I have.
Yeah, but until you show something, until you do the effort that Dave Rose did, okay? The Tribunal Weekend. Which people say, oh, what did that accomplish? Where's Scunty again, people? Where's Scunty again? Yeah. All the evidence. Like, we don't have to even go into this, but obviously it's a badge of honor, not just for me, but for all of you that were involved with it and made the effort to do the right thing.
I literally have one day.
I'm glad you have it then.
One
so
day,
maybe
Tony
it still exists.
One day, Tony's the most talented guy ever that Joe doesn't know how to utilize. The next day, Tony's a bad guy.
I never once said you won't see me in there because I never once thought, and if I did say it, maybe it was just like a little bit of a thing. But I never once thought that never once did I think a piano was going to be the next fucking incarnation of Monetize This.
Nobody ever did, but to have, because again, Joe did not want to adhere back to the proper sort of formula to make Monetize This work proper. Well, he wanted to fuck around. I mean, yeah, you can try new things, but if you choose, and this is why I always make it so important to remind people. People can think whatever they fucking want, but in the end I get proven correct. Structure and flow work together to create a good show. And no, I did not mean to rhyme.
I listen. I liked his. He had some talent that I liked. The problem is that he's a head case. The problem is he's a head case. That's the problem.
A fucking doodle-doo-doo-doo. That doesn't need to be in Monetize This. You don't need that. The fucking.
Drew's trying to do an impression of me doing an impression of Tony now, because everyone knows that I pull the whole, yeah, man, I love the fucking drugs. Doodle-doo, doodle-doo. And yes, it doesn't even sound like a piano, and that's why it's even funnier. But hey, you may copy my crap impression regardless, because the crappier it is, the funnier it is. And obviously, we all laugh when we laugh at Tony.
Voices and the anger and the rage and the shit is what carries.
Listen, I don't mind that. I don't mind the that's not what I don't like. I just
to me,
don't.
that was the thing that was the turn.
All right, well,
bullshit.
I don't like,
bullshit.
I mean, yeah, we don't have time for a 6-hour piano show. That's no doubt. But I don't mind having some of his talent on for a little while. What I don't put up with is fake people. If you're a fake piece of shit, I'll call it out. Like, I just will.
Oh my
and people don't like that. And what
God.
happens is, if I call out somebody being fake, what they do is they run to somebody else.
You are now, imagine if you will, that you've been transported to a different dimension. A dimension where one man seems to think that everything is fake. Welcome to the Twilight Drama Zone.
To hone in on them, like, to say, like, yeah, Joe's a bad guy. And it's like, okay, yeah, you burnt your bridge because I caught you.
Oh my God. Like, honestly, guys, this has to be reviewed, but it is very trying for me, and it's not just because of the heat. It's because of the victimhood mentality. It's just, it's exasperating, and it's so repetitious, and just exhausting. It's tiring to listen to because it's the same crap that's been disproven so often.
I'm not full of shit. I'm not going to pretend to be your friend.
You are full of shit. Let's rewind so we can hear this again.
Don't like that. And what happens is if I call out somebody being fake, what they do is they run to somebody else to hone in on them.
Well, if I'm going to have to include myself in that list, because I'm sure you are, I didn't run to nobody. I do my own shit. And, you know, it speaks for itself, I believe.
Like, to say, like, yeah, Joe's a bad guy. And it's like, okay, yeah, you burnt your bridge because I caught you. I'm not full of shit. I'm not going to pretend to be your friend. If I see you talking shit or making shit up or being bullshit, I'm going to call it out, and I'm not going to get along with you. Yeah, like, you know, some other people would just get along with everybody. I won't do that. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like I will say, why are you saying this? And, you know, now.
And regardless of any proof that's literally presented to your face, your delusions and your emotional inability to control yourself, plus lack of self-control, is displayed by you just saying, I can't accept that, I'm cutting you off. Now, it is a psychological symptom. We've seen this, but you see it a lot more often in children, because if they're confronted with a certain situation, this is very similar, if not identical, but okay, so a child in elementary school who's having difficulty socializing, and if they misinterpret what another child says to them, just in basic interactions, they take that as a slight to them, and that this person other child, is against them. So they cut them off entirely from ever interacting with them, or even, you know, maybe listening and understanding maybe what they were saying. Maybe it wasn't a criticism after all. Maybe it was something totally different. But because the individual in question has already a pre-existing psychological condition, this very much can explain the immediate reaction, not response, but reaction, usually, again, controlled through emotion, to a situation that they might perceive, even unrealistically, as uncomfortable. But let's continue.
Now I don't really do that as much. Now I just kind of let it go, and I've noticed now people really reach out to me to say,
no, you don't let it go. Come on. This is just bullshit. You don't let it go. Because, okay, even with me, for example, there'll be things like people bring up like, whatever. It's like, you have nothing to say? Fuck it. I'm not interested. It's a waste of my breath, waste of my time, whatever. It's like, oh, you don't want to review that? Nah. I'd rather review other things, or just not fucking stream.
Hey, like, don't you know? Like, you're telling me about Bullfrog and stuff. Well, yeah,
maybe he's too dumb to fucking know anything about anything, but...
Here's the thing, though. This is what's so funny. Dave Rose gets called a liar, or gets called a racist. He doesn't blink an eye. Joe Cronin gets called a liar, and he loses his mind. You'd think one would warrant more of a more visceral reaction if you were, controlled by your emotions. But I think that is a good analogy, very clear, very simplistic, to sort of understand where we stand.
If someone's that fucking dumb, I don't know. Maybe they need to be euthanized. I don't know what to tell you, man.
Even people that don't like me, even if there's someone that doesn't like me out there, whatever the case is, or there's some people that don't really like me, at some point, you know what's real. You know what's going on. It's people making shit up to just cause shit. Like, that's all it is.
Making shit up. Here's the thing, though. This is why it always gets so simplistic with Joe Cronin, is that it always has to be fictitious or fantasy made up. It's not, okay, somebody said something that either was taken out of context or they misheard. No, this is pure fantasy. This is literally the Brothers Grimm writing stories through time and sending them to us to convince people to be against Joe Cronin. And I'd have to say about those Brothers Grimm, based. but let's continue.
Right.
And like, you know, but what it is people don't, they want to play this game. They want to play a game of like shit on somebody or have a team against somebody else.
No. Stop with this bullshit. Like, I know that some of this is directed at me. I know some of it's probably directed at Ken. There's probably a bunch of other people that it could apply to. Because here's the problem. Again, the ambiguity doesn't allow us for any ability to narrow into what his point is. And that is, you know, what you would normally do if you're trying to argue your case. Doesn't matter if it's in a fucking, I don't know, some fucking ancient Greek temple with philosophers, or it's in a fucking curdler here in 2021. You got to be specific if you want to be taken seriously. And you know what really is so disappointing? Maybe I'm over the hill. I'm 41 years old. But like, why do I even have to mention this shit? That's what's so disappointing. It's not just the whole show your work type shit. It's, do you have enough respect for yourself and other people to be honest? To actually, but not just honest, but to be forthright. To actually present what you are discussing, what you are a proponent of, rather than try to coerce people or convince them through emotional manipulation just to believe your side and not to even argue with you. Because after all, if you were to do that, then that might even cause an emotional reaction. And no, we can't have that because they can't control themselves. No, who cares about you being able to emotionally control yourself? Since they can't control yourself, we, now the majority, have to acquiesce to a minority who are genetic defects, really, if we want to be honest. Because if you can't control yourself emotionally, I'm sorry, if we want to go down, 10,000 years ago, if you couldn't do that, your tribe would probably fucking stab you to death and feed you use you as bait for fucking saber-toothed tiger or some shit. So.
The way you react to it, man, how much can you ignore? And I know we all have our limits, and I'm not trying to call you out on that. I'm not asking you specifically.
Hey, yo, it's not about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you get hit. And you keep getting up. I mean, come on, you. I let you know.
But, could you imagine being 1 million viewers, 1 million subs, and dealing with this? Like, where do you finally go, you know what? I don't care what the fuck anyone says.
I can explain that. I said this. I used to say this to the boys back in the day. I used to say that. I said that me and JB had this conversation about getting rid of the chat at some points because there was so much shit going on that I said to him, "Hey, listen, do you think Howard Stern had a chat?"
Yeah, no, I've thought that before too.
Right. We all sat down. If there's 3 people creating a show or 4 people creating a show, we sit down and we do the show and we
Yes, but you yourself have put yourself into a very precarious situation. After all, it is through that chat that you very much and very often receive donations. So you have bound yourself with the sign of the beast, and you have now chosen your fate. Remember, it is fiat currency. Invest in hard metals.
Entertain people, and we bring up stuff, and there's nothing. But me and everybody used to have this problem where one of us would react to the chat on a troll or something, and then the other 3 or 2 of us or whoever would have to say like, "Hey, dude, calm down. That's what they want. You're kind of derailing the whole show. Don't worry about it." And that became a problem of people listening to the chat. I'm like, you know why Stern and other people are so good is because they don't have that. They're doing the show for the audience, and that's it. But we're actually reading the audience and getting feedback all.
The 2 mediums are entirely different, and of course you could do a non-interactive show, and those work well for podcasts, especially when somebody's on the go. But in the environment of YouTube in 2021, it is almost essentially expected that you allow for interaction with your audience.
All the time. And that's a major issue. That's a major thing. If you imagine, Drew, if you got, but also the chat is also
it's a double-edged sword.
Right, exactly. The chat is what also drives conversation and funds the show, and there are friends in there, and so you really can't avoid it. But that's the thing that's different than a radio show or a podcast. And yeah, on a radio show, maybe you can get an email or something where someone shits on you, but it's different. It's a little different. And I think everybody is guilty of reacting to it sometimes. You've caught something probably before where you're like, well, wait a minute, and you've had to spend 5 minutes like on a tangent.
Yeah, no. Hell, even last week we had an issue with a mod and a decision and this and that. But ultimately, I mean, obviously you're going to have issues here and there, and there's going to be disagreements and maybe a seeing of different eyes. But the way I look at it is it's 2021. In 1997, there was no chat for Howard Stern, even if he wanted one. And now we're in a different era, and we've got to mold to those times. So my decision has been to mold to those times. And it's funny you mentioned this because as of this week, we've had to put a foot down that I am no longer fucking King God Allah of the fucking chat. Everything, the final fucking say comes from J-Man. And I know that sounds weird because usually it's the ultimate decision comes from the channel owner. But, you know, be it right, wrong, or indifferent, whatever, but we're going for a soda. Damn you, Randy Viper. I'm trying to make a point to talk. Let's go for a soda.
There's various times I've called out Bullfrog for his wrongdoings. He says but doesn't listen. His autism controls him. But for the other trolls who don't have any disabilities, you fucks are sad and you will get what you'll deserve. Karma.
I hope I get karma for criticizing this asshole because he, despite his autism, he realizes where he's at this point. And if he doesn't, then, dude, someone needs to call his fucking brother. I don't know. He's not that dumb. And you know that, Randy, because you've defended him for this long.
Yeah, it's like it's like, Drew, I'm not getting on Randy Viper because, like, why would you defend a guy who says that I should be taken out and all these other things? It's like, because I'm over all that. I'm over ever caring about what anybody does, anybody says.
Bullshit.
I'm not wondering why. Like, I'm over it, man. Like, in fact, since I've been over it especially the last 3 months or even more, but really 3 months, man, I've done better because I've been able to focus more on what I'm doing. Like, I'm less, and I'm way less emotionally connected to anybody. Like, you know, people that I know and stuff, I just play it off a little bit more. I'm going to stay back a little bit. But you're right. What if you had 1 million subs? It would be insane. You probably wouldn't have the chat on. You'd probably have subscriber mode on only and probably have member mode on only. That'd really be what it. And you know what, Drew? You wouldn't even need that. Like, think about Tim Dillon, right? Like, he does a podcast. He's making like what, $300,000 a month on Patreon. So he doesn't need to acknowledge the chat at all.
Right.
That's why he's killing it. He don't need to acknowledge nothing, dude. If 50 people signed up on my Patreon tomorrow for $100, and I was making like $20,000, $30,000 a month
on the chat,
I wouldn't. Yeah, I barely would.
First, you'd have to be producing quality, sort of product, and then that would be possible.
Yeah, and if one person or 5 people said, you know what, fuck Joe, you're a scumbag, and I'm gonna make a video about him, I wouldn't even blink. Well, I'd be like, fucking, I don't give a shit. I'm fucking entertaining these other people. Who cares what you think?
Right. And well, I'm back to the point that I was making earlier before I forget it. After the.
Meanwhile, I get no donations. Be nice to. 51 viewing, 657 subscribers. I guess it went up probably like 2 or 3 over the last week, maybe. And I have fun doing it. I am quite hot right now, so obviously my energy is somewhat sapped, but this is enjoyable.
The derailment. Thank you again, Randy Viper.
But you drinking Jack Daniels? Yeah,
Kentucky gentleman, you asshole. But I talked. J-Man called me Monday,
and the only reason, and I've been asked about this and criticized in the past, the only reason I don't activate the air conditioning is my dad has bad circulation, so even when it feels 100 Fahrenheit, he thinks it's cool. It's not warm enough for him. So, despite the fact that the air conditioner can literally cool the entire house down, it's a badass air conditioner. 3 to 4 minutes at most, the entire house is chilly. I've got to hold off on using that. So, I keep taking these hits, but I can keep going. Let's just one more round.
Talked about it, and he's like, look, there's been some shit, blah, blah, blah. And I feel like you need an enforcer, kind of like an Arn Anderson to Ric Flair. Like, call me Ric Flair, he'll be Arn Anderson. I'm sure he would not be offended one bit by that. That's where it needs to be. Like, I'm live on air, we're trying to do a show, and someone has a bullshit, whatever the fuck, dispute in the fucking chat. I certainly am not the one to be able to handle that. There's too much going on. We're trying to run a show, even though tonight was a little weird and off, and I'm a lot to blame for that. That J-Man is the perfect person to step in. He's known me a lot longer than everyone else, and he knows my expectations. He knows where my beliefs are. He knows, so he could make the determination whether that mod was going too far or whether the person in the chat was going too far. And I can wash my hands of it at least until midnight, or 3 o'clock in this case, 4 o'clock, Jesus. And, go from there with it. And at least after this 1 week, it's been fairly sufficient. But, I don't know, man. We figure our shit out. We work on it, and we to the point, yeah.
Oh, Joe, I love you since day one. I understand Bullfrog's condition, and I'm not condoning when he
Oh, this is another donation by Randy Viper.
talks.
People from nice, blow me dry.
You-
That, I'm not saying.
I believe this is close to where he starts to comment on Tiffany. That's what we've been trying to get to here. I thought it was closer, so I'm going to start speeding up shit.
I'm some big, huge motherfucker. But like I said in my tweet earlier today, I'm not running in circles with motherfuckers and drama and bullshit. Everyone else wants to sit in this little fucking thing. Well, I'm in this fucking thing. And that's shit. But that
shit about me, it's no surprise. She says that I cheat on.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, there we go. I was. Damn, my memory's fucking good.
Shit. But that's my target.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see what Tiff's writing, so if she's talking shit about me, it's no surprise. She says that I cheat on my wife with her. So
what? Let me see.
That's what everybody knows that Tiff.
She's in the chat, by the way. She's gonna actually say no. I'll say what she says when she writes it. But listen to this.
Has said that, and that she wants to take me down and attack me and all these things, and she's claimed all this bullshit on me.
By the way, just a reminder, everyone. Joe has mentioned many times when I was working with him that he would receive nudes from females that would watch him. So.
Everybody has seen everything she's ever written everywhere. So, I mean, if she's talking shit about me, and I can't see it because I have her blocked. So, if she's shitting on me, I don't care.
Well, I only see.
You do care, because what you're going to respond with in a moment will actually prove it. Let's continue.
A couple of things from her, and so far, yeah, I don't see anything about your wife in any of that.
No, not tonight. Not tonight, Drew. Just don't worry about it.
Anyways, yeah, I mean,
everybody told you. You don't care.
No, that's another thing where it's like.
He actually gets really worked up. He actually produces a screenshot, if you can imagine that. Joe Cronin produces a screenshot. More at 11.
What, am I supposed to hate everyone that you don't like? I mean...
That's exactly what he wants you to do, Drew. That's exactly what he wants you to do, Drew. Drew. Also, he hates the fucking... He hates the man who's on your wall there. He hates the Duke. You can't like a man that hates the Duke. Come on, Drew. Now, I'm going to be trying to put that little seed of division in your mind. You must split away from Joe Cronin, despite the fact that you already walked away. But I can't accept myself as an evil villain if I don't even try to even further disperse you and Joe Cronin. Because that is what the tabloids would like you to think.
You're treating it like I don't like somebody. Would you?
That's exactly what the case is, Joe. And it's not him treating you that way. It's because that's the way it is. That's just the way it is, baby, baby.
Like, what if somebody? What am I supposed to like that person?
Well, no. If they've talked to you,
you need to know your role and shut your mouth.
You in that manner, then no, you have no right to like them. But
talk to me in that manner. They go around telling people this is a fact.
Shut up.
This person has never said that to me.
Yeah, well, they've said it on show.
What are you talking about? What are you, Shannon now?
Shows in places before. Everybody's got screenshots.
Then I missed it. And if that's the case, then how am I supposed to fucking...
I'm not telling you to. I'm just saying if they're talking shit about me, I can't see it because I block them, obviously.
No, fair enough.
Like the pussy you are, senor.
I mean...
I'm going to block a sick weirdo like that.
And if that's the case...
A sick weirdo. Why is it that the fucking dumbest people in this community always have to resort to saying something so stupid? A sick weirdo. You're a psycho.
Hey, so be it. Fine.
Dude, everybody knows this, though. Everybody's got screenshots to go, dude, this person...
Yes, let the hate flow through you. Use the drama. strike me down.
Saying that
I'm going to be honest.
She worked with Scott, other people, then was friends with Scott, hated Scott, liked Scott,
Yes.
hated Scott, liked Scott.
No.
Dude,
Yes.
she knows that she's a troll.
The
You
hate.
pretend that you don't know that.
Let it flow
I'm not gonna
through
pretend
you.
that, but don't pretend like no one else on this call hasn't been
That's
that way
right, don't
also.
pretend.
Now, it could be that some people are impersonating her, like that it's not really her. So,
Well, then perhaps, good sir, you might want to show your efficacy by proving whether or not it was her. After all, 17 years in IT gives me a little insight into what's going on. So, if you've not been paying attention, which you have, you'd know exactly what to do.
so like that's why I don't know. If she is, I don't know. But dude, I don't know, man. I'm not stupid.
No, I'm just.
It's debatable. I hope that it's not true. It would be difficult to argue it if I was your lawyer. But yeah, the jury's out on that one. Sorry.
Saying that none of us are innocent when it comes to doing a show with Scott. None of us
You're
on this call.
Whatever. I'm just telling you, I'm not stupid. Bless
Again, I told you the jury's out on that one.
your heart, everybody. You can play nice all you want. I'm not stupid.
guess.
Joe Cronin's not that dumb, but it's okay.
Well, you've done things that would convince other people otherwise.
If she's still doing shows with him now, that might be a different thing. But
No, she's not. I don't know what I don't know what anyone's doing. But I know the people that do bad things. That's.
But I thought you don't watch. But now you know who does the bad things. You know the bad people. You know the bad people.
But I know.
and if that's the case, we've all fucked up and we've all been bad.
True. I know that you were too drunk to fucking call this out, but if I wasn't, like if I was you and I wasn't as drunk as you were, and you were really drunk, so there's no fucking qualms on you, but I would have fucking called this out because it was so blatant. And a lot of people in the chat, Drew, are agreeing that they kind of thought he called you that he called you at the point that he did because of your level of inebriation, and as such thought that perhaps could utilize that state to get you to agree with his antics. Let's continue.
Bad at some point, dude.
Yep, I don't think I've ever said that the stuff that those people said. Nope, haven't done it.
Perhaps no. I'm not going to try and wait all that.
I'm just saying, if you're going to tell me Bullfrog's a scumbag,
Yeah.
there's a big one. There's a bigger one out there than that.
No, there's definitely bigger ones than Bullfrog. That's for damn sure. Bullfrog is a mindless, dumb fuck. So, I mean, if anything, I can maybe give him the slightest fucking edge over other people because he's a brain-dead fuck, but there's about 20 other people.
I don't know why Bry Guy says whatever Joe, because what do you mean whatever Joe? This happened to me by that person. It's not a made-up thing.
Yes, great point by Seaman again, something that we've been pointing at, but it has to be reiterated ever so often, just to remind people, because we know Joe Cronin's watching, and as such, his memory is somewhat limited, despite the fact never consuming anywhere close to the amount of cannabis I have. But maybe that's just a genetic difference. But he says, Seaman says, still zero ownership from Joe. And that, I think, is probably one of the biggest issues people do have with Joe, is that he's just not willing to own it. He's just not willing to say, you know what, fine, you're right. I am that way. I've done exactly that. I'm going to continue to fucking do that. I don't give a fuck what you say. And you know what, fuck you. At least then, it would be a little more consistent and you'd know where he stands. There'd be no more fence sitting no more. Him accusing Drew of fucking being a fence sitter. The king of fucking fence sitting. Man, I'm surprised the guy doesn't own his own fucking fence making company. Or building company. Regardless of the semantics. Unreal. Unfucking real. Let's continue.
See, I keep it real. Like, so if somebody says something about...
I am getting to the point where I am extremely disturbed by the fact that we have 35-year-old men reliving points of the mid-90s using the same vernacular and terminology that they used back then. You're stuck in the past. You're suffering from some sort of psychosis. You cannot move back into the future. I urge you to get help.
Me, I'm just supposed to take it. See, I'm just supposed to take it. When people...
I went away for a year and I took it. You know, I'm the greatest sailing champion in the world. And you're a fucking pussy on YouTube, great.
People attack my financial income.
That was Sean's view. You still haven't commented on that, but you've commented on, oh, he's suffering so badly. But I vaguely heard something about what was going on, Drew. I don't know. It's weird. It's bizarre. I don't understand. But no, them associating with all those trolls, no, I'm sure it had nothing to do with, that. But hey, it's other people that are affecting my income.
And then when people also say bullshit that I cheat on my wife, I'm just supposed to take it. Like, you know what I mean? I can't bring it up or call it out. I'm supposed to take it. But that's okay. So, like, I'll admit it. You're right. I like you. I like everybody. Again.
Oh, my God, dude. You're such a fucking pussy. Someone says something. If it's not true, then what the fuck do you care? Does your wife know that you fucking cheat? Well, you're saying you don't cheat, so then she'd be like, of course he doesn't cheat. Like, these people are fucking stupid. Like, Joe, ignore it. I'm sure that he's the one who's fucking overreacting with this. Because if it's not true, then what do you fucking care? Why are you making such a big deal about it? That's the biggest tell of them all. If somebody accuses somebody of infidelity and they fucking act this way, it's suspect. Not sus, you faggot. Suspect. So, if somebody accuses somebody of embezzlement and they react in this way, you know that something's up. So why the harsh reaction?
Until the next time someone makes something up about me.
I got a serious question to ask, and this is not like in regards to you, Joe, or Drew, but like I noticed about Really Mysterious is back in the chat, and I have a feeling he has a problem with me because he left my server not too long ago, and he doesn't talk to me anymore like he used to. He doesn't do anything like that anymore, and I'm really starting to wonder if I did something to him or something like that. Because I don't.
It's just forward. He shares his shit honestly, or if he's not.
I'm a piece of shit scumbag.
Well, welcome to day 27 of 4 years in this community. But no, I mean, Really Mysterious. He shares his shit honest.
Really Mysterious is a fucking faggot. A dumb cunt who got so fucking triggered from me that he basically hid me on multiple channels. And he even had the gall to try to show up in my channel. Pfft. What a fucking puss. And yet people allow... In fact, Drew, he should even have a fucking wrench in your chat. This guy's fucking utter trash. Pure pussy. Okay? But I'm talking like male to female pussy. So fake pussy, fucking pus-filled, fucking, just decomposing, fake, needing to be dilated. But like, just, that's the pussy we're talking about here. Pure fucking fake.
Or if he's not being honest, he's being over the top. But ultimately, if you get to know the guy, he's a good dude. So
no, he's not.
Well, I don't know what he's saying to you that makes you think one way or another, but this is a guy who criticized Joe for like 9 months and fucking, said the raunchiest shit about Joe. But ultimately, Joe even saw through that and realized that, hey, this is a decent dude who's just really giving me a lot of shit. And RM has been a faithful supporter of Joe since then. Same here. I realized he was more liberal than conservative. And
you mean he's an open degenerate?
Was more opposite.
And he takes it in the pooper.
Opposite side of me, but we respect each other's perspectives, if you will. And
No, there's sane and fucking insane. There's worthy and worthy of going feet first in the wood chipper. And he is the latter.
He's here sometimes. He's not. He shows up when he can, but really mysterious is a real dude.
Yeah.
Regardless of the name that may be misleading, he's a real dude.
It's just like, I get it. I feel you with the wrong set of people, and I apologize to everybody for that. And a lot of people seem to get the wrong impression when they think about.
Hang on, you're being interrupted by Randy. Viper. He's going for a soda.
I'm with Joe on this. Tiff is the same.
Of course you are, because you're a dick-sucking faggot cuck living in Kiwi land. But he says, I'm with Joe on this. Tiff is the same person. Well, actually, we're going to hear this. Whatever.
Same person threatening Bullfrog by stalking and spreading Bullfrog's niece's information to everyone on that racist Canadian show.
On that racist Canadians show. Now, he wrote it, first of all, incorrectly. Canadians, plural, requires a capital C. Second, or should I be using a German accent to be criticizing the grammar? Second, the issue is you must be putting an apostrophe as the Canadians, well, in between the N and the S, because you are referring to me. You are referring to me, the racist Canadian, the Nazi, National Socialist, if you want to be accurate. But the fact is, you are referring to me, but you are cannot even speak proper English. You're an embarrassment. Obviously, you're a cuck living there in the worthless island of New Zealand. Hopefully soon enough a tsunami destroys you and your very limited bloodline. But I will continue to live here, marking grammar and making sure it is right for the next Reich. So let's continue.
I see through the bullshit. You can play dumb, but Joe Cronin is real AF. Y'all just blind.
I mean, maybe I am, but I've never seen someone's niece's information being put out somewhere. I mean, show me the screenshot, something, so I can determine that. I missed that. Hey, that's not to say that I don't get around sometimes when I'm on the road but maybe I miss these things, and you guys got to keep me informed if someone's a piece of...
That's the thing, though, that people seem to forget is that, you know, people like Tiff, people like me, who else have we seen? Obviously, Ken, Mars. They've actually, well, they've gone so far to piss people off because they won't acquiesce to their bullshit. And they've exposed these pathetic faggots that these people will actually go and make fake accounts of them. And then they'll start to get involved in all sorts of fucking things, whether it be in a chat, trying to convince somebody that it's that person when it's not them, getting involved in Skype, conversations, and, screenshots are made like, oh, it's that person. And the fact is, it wasn't that person.
Then I need to see that, but I have not seen that guy's niece get exposed. That's weird.
Yeah, it's okay. I don't know if this is true or not.
Just because I'm up late on some nights when I'm on the road doesn't mean I'm up late every night watching everything. So I miss shit. Don't hold that shit against me.
But
go ahead, Bodar.
Yeah, like I was saying, man, like people would call me the Bo fake. They would call me this fake person, and nobody would really understand the real me. Like if you literally, like I think you guys understand the real me. Like I try and be cool with everybody. I try and be that good guy, and then people take advantage of that, and I'm gullible, and it's just one of my weaknesses. I'm too much of a caring individual that actually wants to be there for other people, and I give out my attention to people.
No, and I'm happy. I mean, if someone wants to call out something, Bodar.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna have to make probably a separate stream on this because this just adds to the decades of research and knowledge that I've accrued in studying these sorts of things. This is the sound of unfortunately, directionless young man. One who's been failed by his society. One who's been betrayed by his people. And he now searches for affirmation. And through basic human interaction, and that's so sad, which has been amplified due to the we'll call it the pandemic because that's what they want us to call it. But the desperation that some people have right now, just for basic human interaction, I don't think necessarily should be ridiculed or, discarded, because what we've encountered through the last year and a half has caused massive mental health issues. And it's just natural. Humans are naturally social. Most of us. Dave Tron does not compute that word, but Dave Tron is different. But most humans do crave social interaction and require it actually for their well-being, for their natural well-being. Without that, they actually fade away. People have died of heartbreak. People have died because they had no longer the will to live. This is fact. So I'm not blaming this guy whatsoever for being so, and I'm not going to call it thirsty because that's a diminutive term. This is just more, just so interested, so in desire of interaction, that he's, saying these sorts of things. So I think that has to be understood. And the problem that comes with that, though, is with people like Joe Cronin, who does have a very malleable audience, very ignorant and sometimes stupid, who will believe whatever he says, that when he gives them a perceived sense of belonging and opportunity, whether it be featuring them on their show as a co-host, scraping the bottom of a barrel, or taking their call, this is the one thing that they were going for, and to take that away will shatter their world. So any threat to Joe Cronin will now become their, primary sort of, there's a specific word in politics, but their primary campaign, essentially, focus, to defend if anybody ever were to question or attack the person that gave them the opportunity to feel a sense of belonging. But let's continue.
Dark, if you got something to call it out. Fucking nail me down. Like, nail me down as the fucking idiot that... And if you say something, if you can show me something that proves that someone is a fucking piece of shit, let's go. But, I mean... I can't defend or talk against something that I'm not aware of, and I'm sorry I'm not aware of.
Also, Joe in the chat is saying, hold on, let me just catch up here. How many times have I said sorry to people, forgive it, then they're back at it again? But that's the thing, though. It's just like, but you give false apologies. You're on record saying, "Yo, I apologize. I don't know what I'm apologizing about, but yeah, I'll apologize to you. Whatever you want. Whatever you want me to say sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I won't address the qualms or issues you might have with me, but I'm sorry. So how could people not forgive me? I just said I'm sorry." Also, a comment from Tiff in the chat. Randy white knighting attempted failed. LOL. Joe also then says anyone, I guess he means anyway, I'm going to drop it. Enjoy the show. I won't call out being told. Oh my God. Okay. I'm just going to read it the way he wrote it. Anyone, I'm going to drop it. Enjoy the shows, and I won't call out being told I'm a creepy cheater person.
Everything, I'd like to think I'm aware of some things, but until someone can show me something, I'll put it on air. Send it to me right now. Send it to me. I'll put it on air.
You want me to send you what I have?
Bodark, I put the invite out.
You want me
tonight.
to send you what I have, Drew?
Send me whatever you got. We'll do it tonight. Well, I'm giving the week timeline. if it has to do with me, especially. If you got something to put out on me,
all I
you got
want to
something
say
to
is,
put out, we'll talk about it.
Do you see how quickly people got mad at me, though, because they see someone as good, but that person has clearly done some crazy shit to me?
You haven't had anyone good on your show in a long time, Joe.
But nobody cares. So that's why I don't call it out anymore. When people
It's
do
not
stuff,
that look, if you're talking about me, it's not that I don't care. It's that I'm not aware.
But, like, dude, well, okay, you're right.
Make me aware. Make me aware. Let's talk about it. Show me the thing. Show me the whatever. Let's.
Yeah, Drew called you out.
I don't want to be there. Listen, the point is, like, I've been.
No. You don't tell me to listen. We are in a conversation. We are speaking. I heard you. You heard me. You don't need to tell me to listen. People, do you understand how stupid this sounds? The fact that I have to even fucking narrate this is pathetic. But what the fuck?
Been friends with people for a year and thought, like, oh my god, this person's great. The next thing you know, I see them somewhere saying, oh, you know, Joe doesn't take care of his kids the right way. He told me that. And then I'm like, what the fuck are they saying? And then I tell someone, you know, this person says I don't take care of my kids the right way or something.
You could be more specific, or you could be just as vague as always. I've been honest about my statements. I stand by them. 17 years in IT professionally, did a lot of work, got a lot of accreditations. One thing I knew from the get-go is that exposing children of young age to tablet-based devices would cause irreparable neurological harm. And I've been honest about that. And what have we experienced? At least 4 of your TVs destroyed by one of your children, the youngest, and again, one that has been exposed to a lot of tablet time. There is a correlation here. I know what I speak of. So, if I had children, there would be no fucking electronics equipment in their reach. Their entertainment would be books. So you can criticize me for not having kids, but if I did, no to the technology. They wouldn't even know what a TV was until at least 5 years old. But understanding the neurological implications of exposure at a young age to electronic equipment, and we're not talking just the dopamine fixes that come from the gratification of utilizing a device. We talk about the actual frequencies that come from the device itself. The battery itself is creating an actual frequency around the device. The device, if connected to Wi-Fi, is not only just generating a Wi-Fi signal, but it's receiving one as well, one that's spreading throughout your entire house. These things, in the long run, have an effect. Let's continue.
And then somebody goes, like, well, they wouldn't say that about you. It must have been a fake account. And I'm like, no, it's really them. Like, what are you talking about? Like, they have a wrench and it's all over the place, and they're bashing me everywhere. And
well, I can't castigate anyone without that information.
But then, Drew, what they'll say then is they'll be like, well, just because you have a problem with, I don't have a problem with them. So then it's like there's no winning for me. There's no winning for me. Do you think I want to call out people that it's like Tony? It's the same thing as Tony. 1 minute he's bashing me for 6 months. The next minute he's back on the show having a good time like he didn't do it. That's what all these people do.
Isn't that your show, though?
What?
It's like all these people do. I think I've been very consistent in quotations, bashing you. So who are all these people? See, this ambiguity you think works in your favor, but really just exposes you, Joe. It shows you to be a coward and one who's not willing to back up their statements with fact.
You said he's been gone for 6 months and he's back on your show. I mean, is that not your show? Do you not make that decision?
Yeah, but I'm giving you the example that people just flip on a dime making stuff up, dude.
That's bullshit. You have to show your examples.
Like,
flip 6 months before. Hang on, sorry.
Soon. As for Cronin, it's not cool to talk about someone's wife and kids.
Keep sucking that dick. They're really mysterious.
Nope, it's someone's wife and show. But
you probably go ask just about anybody, like, and They would tell you. They know about this. I don't know how you don't. But
I mean, I guess I
don't
guess
know
I
how
just
you
never
know.
seen where Tiffany's
You're the one that says you don't watch anything, Joe. So how do you know?
that your wife and kids are whatever the fuck. I've never seen that.
No, she didn't say anything about my kids.
Okay. All right. Well, whatever it is, someone please God send it to me. Please
can ask
God.
Leah. I mean, she saw it. You can ask Leah. Like, I mean, if you want to call her.
I mean, I'll ask Leah. I'll ask you. I'll ask. I mean, apparently this is widely known, so I should get about 70 DMs right now, right?
I don't know. I don't know if anybody...
Let me look at the viewership. 52. So let's go with 25. I should be getting 25 DMs with the exposure of Tiffany.
Well, I don't want to do. See, the thing is, like, I don't want to do that to her because I think she's just having fun. You know what I mean? Like, and it's terrible, but like,
I mean, if that's the case, I get what you're saying. If that's
like,
what she did, I get it.
I'm just saying, what would you do? I mean, like, I could find everything now. Like, you know, I mean, she says things like, "There's no money to be made unless, you know, Joe's making money. I know the truth about Joe. I have the emails with me and Joe." All these things. Like, people in here have seen it. So if they're saying they see it, then
please send it to me. Let's go there.
I don't want to do that.
That's so funny. Drew's offering this, and he doesn't want to.
Though, because she's being okay. I can't see her because I blocked her a long time ago.
Yes, we know that you're a pussy.
I guess this
go there on something. I don't want to bring up something old. I was just giving like an example because someone said that someone was mentioning her, so I figured she was saying stuff about me in the chat because that's what she always does.
Here's my thing is, and this has nothing to do with. I don't want someone exposed. I don't want you to be right. I don't want her to be wrong. Vice versa.
Well,
my thing is
she was going to expose me to everybody.
That's
what she was going around.
Then show the proof. If the proof isn't there, she's full of shit.
I can do it. I've done it on lots of people.
No, I'm saying
I can do it. No, just do it. Likey, just do it.
If she's going to expose you, she needs to show the proof, and if not, then she's full of shit.
But this was like 7 months ago or something.
No, and I remember. I think I remember this because this kind of tied into the whole. It was the same time frame of JB taking the Honestly title and Bullfrog getting all pissed off and shit. It was right around the same time. Whether you remember that way or not, that's how I remember it. But here's my thing is I don't give a fuck who says what about who or how or whatever. Show me the link. Show me the proof. I put out a tweet earlier today, Joe, and I think you probably saw it because we were linked to the same thing where people were trying to claim the fucking ratings on AEW Cumfuck or whatever that show's called. And I was like, where's the link? Where's the proof? Where's the timestamp? Where's the screenshot? And fuck screenshots. Where's the video stamp of someone saying something? No one had anything. And I begged for that for 45 minutes before someone gave it to me. And in that time frame, I put my own independent tweet out that I'm done with people sending me screenshots. And God love you, D. Welsh. You're the fucking worst at it. Don't send me a screenshot for your news proof of something. I don't want screenshots anymore. You send me a screenshot.
Very revealing.
I'm going to ignore it. And if you keep doing it, I'll fucking block you. No more screenshots. Send me a link, send me proof, send me a source, send me a video, send me something that's going to be on the shit of it out, prove it. Because I'm tired of brain dead, God love you, D. Wells, but brain dead fucks thinking that, a screenshot of a graph is proof. It's not. And my point to bring it back to what we're talking about, Joe, is people can sit there and say, Tiffany did this, Joe did that, Dave did that, Ken, whoever the fuck. Show me something. Prove to me that this person is a piece of shit, that I need to stop talking to you. Until that, I'm done talking about it. And we're 3 hours past into the show, Joe.
I only brought it up because people brought her up in the chat. And I was
I only did it because people were talking about it.
Here in the chat, too. So clearly you guys, someone's blocked the other. I get it. I understand what you're saying.
All right, I got the proof for you. You want to see it?
Yeah, send it over. Let's do the proof.
I don't have all of it right now, but this will get you started. I'm only sharing this with you. I don't want to make a big deal out of this, and I don't even care.
But I asked, and she said it herself. She said in the chat, show the proof. So we both asked for it.
You're lying now, Tiffany, so let's not do that. Because you don't want to fuck with me.
Let's not do that. You don't want to fuck with me, because when someone threatens my life, I don't do shit.
With that, don't say that I'm lying. Because everybody, I can literally...
First of all, look down at your pants, sir. Your slacks. They're on fire. They're on fire. Probably due to Friday Night Fire, but they're on fire. And as we know, liar, liar, pants on fire. So yes, Joe, you are a liar. Take a look at, for all those that are listening right now, if you ever want, go back to my videos on Joe Cronin. Specifically, I show screenshots. I show how Joe is a liar. I play clips, and then I break down the messages that he's referring to, and undeniably prove that, yes, Joe Cronin is a liar. Prove me wrong, Joe. Prove me wrong.
Bring on witnesses that have witnessed you doing it. I've had people message me, big names, who have said, man, I know that you're sometimes...
Big names? What big names?
Whatever, but this is fucked up. So don't fucking do that. You don't just, if you say, like, listen, I was kidding or something like that, that's fine. But don't you fucking call me a liar when you said that I cheated on my wife with you. When you emailed me first. Because I got the fucking emails.
Then you should expose them. But you never do.
So if you want to fucking pretend that I'm lying, I will fucking prove you wrong.
That's it? That doesn't sound like much of a threat. I will prove you wrong.
Fucking scumbag.
I mean...
And there are some big names that will do it with me on the air.
Like who? Like who? What big names? You're not associated with any big names. Like, what? Has she been, I don't know, like maybe hitting up Robert Downey Jr., fucking, I don't know, insert famous name here. Like, hello? What big names? Because if you're referring to people on your channel or show, there are no big names left anymore. What, Garguts? D. Welsh? Fucking Bullfrog?
So just be happy in the chat and keep my name out of your fucking weird mouth.
I mean, yeah, if
Listen, first of all, Boston bitch, listen. You need to understand this very quickly, is that you are not in control here. You never were. And you certainly don't tell anybody to keep their name, your name, out of their mouth when you're the one who has that pretty little bitch mouth that was made for a fucking. So please, be very careful.
You wouldn't fucking do this if you weren't a piece of shit.
Also, have you talked to your doctor about potential high blood pressure due to your employment?
Fuck with me and my family and my life. And funny is, I used to...
Yeah, YR, Tony, Bullfrog, and Sean's View all did that. But it's Tiff that's fucking with your life?
Think that she wouldn't do stuff like this, and other people used to tell me that something was up, and I didn't believe it because I thought she was a sweetheart. I was like, you're fucking full of shit. And then I did see what was up.
I mean, I've never had a personal issue with her, so I mean, if you got it for me, I mean, yeah.
Don't fuck.
Tiff, remember, the louder you yell, the more factually correct your statement becomes. This is just logic for every fucking emotional child out there. Come on, everyone knows this.
Fuck with me. Just say shit happens. We had a thing and I said shit about you. Who cares? That's all you got to say. I'll forgive you.
Look at him. So royal. Just bow down to his feet and ask for forgiveness, and he shall forgive you, Tiff. But his rule is illegitimate and does not even hold a candle to that of the drama emperor. So no, Joe, there shan't be a man nor woman that shall kneel before a false ruler. Let's continue.
I'll forgive that. I'll literally forgive that. If you're like, listen, you were saying shit.
This is so fucking, like, why is it that millennials are so obsessed with apologies and approval and all this shit? I've always wondered about that. It's just, it has to be the fucking participation trophy generation syndrome, where it's like, well, as long as everyone, you know, the teacher told us we have to fucking shake hands and apologize and then everything's okay. It's like, no, I'm not gonna do that shit. Fuck you. No, but the teacher said, no, fuck you.
Or something, I didn't like you or whatever. That's totally cool. It's okay if you were joking around. That's fine. Shit happens. People say weird shit. It's just the internet. Fine.
I'm looking in this.
Then why do you react
looks like a chat.
the way you do?
Do you know whose chat this was or what's going on here?
No,
Did you send this to me on Skype?
Yeah.
Okay. That's the only thing worth getting for on the network. 6.
What's comical is that even Drew doesn't even see what he's referring to, and I don't think many people in the chat do. So,
says Vince needs to retire. Tiff, one of the kids ran away from the apartment. 6 says that's a good idea, Joe. Tiffany, 6. Vince's mother is in her midnight. Okay. Tiff, I'm banned on Joe's show because I know the truth about him. 6. Vince will probably be alive till he's 100. Tiff, and our past personal emails. 6. Today's medicine is possible. Oops. Yes, Bullfrog is back. That's from 6. Tiffany says there's no money to be made in this community. Even Joe's numbers are down. Wrestling is not good state right now. Let me see if I missed something here.
See, Drew is drunk, but he's still trying to figure out, like, what are you trying to send me? I'm not really getting where you're saying that she's doing all this.
Where's the slander?
I know the truth about him.
That's not the answer to the question. Thank you.
And she goes on to say, like, I'm going to expose Joe.
Oh. Okay, I guess I know the truth about him. Where am I seeing that? Still he's 100. It's possible. Oops. Where is it? Help me point it out. Where's the I know the truth about him?
It's right after I'm looking at your
I
screen.
see. I'm banned on Joe's show because I know the truth about him. So where does she say what the truth about you is? Is that maybe there's a second message? Let me see. Is there a second?
Fucking dying.
Set of messages.
I think that's why he's quiet right now. He's looking through some stuff.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm back. No, I'm not trying to make this a big thing, man. Because
No, you forget the evidence. Let's move on. Let's move the goalpost.
I feel bad for her if she's just lonely in her life and is like saying stuff about me.
You literally just said that she fucking said that shit, and now that you've been proven wrong, you move on? No.
And stuff. I'm not trying to make this a thing about her. I was just bringing up.
You just did. By saying she stated something, and when exposed, you moved on.
She said something in the chat about me, I thought, and I said I have her blocked, so I don't know what she's probably talking shit about me.
Okay.
And
she said she knows the truth about you, but I didn't see any further information on that. I was just wondering if you had that, so we can. I mean, she knows the truth about you, then you must have something on that, right?
I don't know. I got all kinds of stuff, man.
I
but I
know.
I don't have it all right now with me because I'm not looking to do an expose on somebody.
No. Shut up.
Do you remember what I did on fucking Mars? Like I could do it on everybody.
No, I'm
there
just
we
saying.
go.
Like, you
there
said
we go.
that you were
Hold on.
ready to...
There we go. I don't know if Mars is still here. I'm gonna rewind it again, but that's what I do remember.
If you had that, so we can. I mean, if she knows the truth about you, then you must have something on that, right?
I don't know. I got all kinds of stuff, man. But I mean, I don't have it all right now with me because I'm not looking to do an expose on somebody.
No. I know. I mean, what?
Do you remember what I did on fucking Mars? Like I could do it on everybody.
No, I'm just saying. Like you said.
What I remember is that it was pathetically crafted, and you said there was a part 2, and we never saw that. So, what about that?
That you were ready to, you had the information, you were going to show it. I just wanted to show it. If you had
I didn't want you to show it. Like,
all right, I'll stop. I'll let you do it someday, or if you want to, or someone else, or whatever. I don't need to do this. I'm 3 hours past bedtime. I've got work in 4 hours. I don't want to fucking.
Listen, I just want to say this: if Tiff is cool now, I'm cool with her. Okay. Whatever she's done in the past, listen.
Only if she's cool now.
You could ask a lot of people. And you can even go into live chat, like old streams. Her chats are, a lot of them are, some of them are probably still there. And listen, there's so much stuff that's been said about me, that I am this, that, and the other thing. I don't care. But my point is, like, somebody will send me something and I'll be like, Jesus Christ, like, this person is saying that they're going to do this to me. Like, why would they do that? And then it's like, I don't know what to do. But whenever I call out something that I get mad about it and I call it out, some people don't believe me or they say it's my fault. And it's like, what am I supposed to never defend myself? Like, these are some serious things like that.
I guess it depends on who it is. And I mean, I guess if it's legally
why not be like Dave Rose and sail away, or at least ignore what people say? Is it that hard?
slander, like fucking.
You ever seen the
keep it
Cable
off air
Guy?
and Go.
You ever seen the Cable Guy?
Man, it's I was poking and prodding my chick back in the 12th grade.
In the
time I
Cable
saw
Guy,
that, but yeah.
in the Cable Guy, everybody loves the Jim Carrey.
I think I talked about this the other day, is that he constantly goes to popular culture to refer to terms or analogies he's trying to convey, and that it's just a very clear indicator of his maturity level.
Carrey character. He's like hilarious and
He's the bullfrog.
Matthew Broderick is like the guy who's got the life and the job and everything. And everybody loves Jim Carrey, the character, the Cable Guy. But Matthew Broderick knows that he's crazy. But the other people don't. They're like, we love Jim Carrey, the Cable Guy. This guy's great. And Matthew Broderick starts going crazy because he's like, how can you like this guy? He's fucking crazy. He's silly. And then by the end of the movie, the guy becomes the villain. And everybody else sort of sees it. But when Matthew Broderick is trying to tell his family and friends, like, you can't like Chip. He's crazy. Like, they think he's an asshole. So it's like when somebody says stuff about me and my wife and all these things about me, and when they attack me personally and my channel and income, when I say that this is the reason I don't like somebody, and then people say that I'm the liar, it sort of makes you crazy. You know what I mean?
You are the liar.
It's like, especially when
I mean, if I'm gonna fucking put someone in someone's face, and I'm not saying you don't. I've seen you have the information and put people in their fucking place before, but
the only
lay the
thing,
fucking law down.
I mean, listen, like, I don't know. I've got, the thing is, like, and I thought maybe it's troll accounts, but the problem is the person has
in there, yeah.
But the person has a wrench in several places where they've mentioned things. But also,
I had to give Ken a wrench on Friday because he had like 6 or 7 people in there trying to fucking slander him, and it was like, dude, you need to get in here. I got to give a wrench you because this is fucking insane.
Yeah, exactly. So that could have been happening too. There could be things happening where someone's pretending to be her. I mean, that could make sense why, like, one minute she's like, hey, Joe, I'm cool. And we're like, cool. And the next minute she's like crazy and saying nutty things. But, like, I've been sent it with her with a wrench in people's chats because they've got a wrench because people did make fake accounts. So who knows? But then I've also got audio clips of her. So it's like, I've got audio of her, like, doing it. So what do you do?
I mean, if you got that stuff, then build the case and do what you got to do with
it. I don't want to build a case.
No, I know you don't want. I'm just saying, if it gets to that point that it really needs to go there or whatever, then do what you got to do.
But my point is, maybe a lot of it was trolls. Maybe it was people making names of people. I mean, dude, sometimes people come to me and they go, why did you say this in somebody's chat? And I'm like, what?
No, I've been there. I've been there too. I mean, hell, this weekend I've been there a lot. I've had people saying that I've been saying this about you. I've been saying this about Ken. I've been saying this about someone else. And it's like, Jesus Christ, man, I got drunk on Friday. Someone dropped a bomb on me and I fucking slobbered down half a bottle of whiskey. I mean, but what did I do?
But see, I
was too drunk to do anything.
Right. And so the thing about that is, I also forgive people as well. Like, even if they do, like, it's like, if you just say to me, like, oh,
you hear that, Ken? He forgives people.
I made a mistake, or like, or I was mad now.
As long as you bow down to your false god, Joe Cronin, he shall forgive you until you open your mouth to dispute with him again.
I'm not mad anymore. Like, I'm basically like it's not a big deal to me.
Are you sure? Because you sure ranted hard previously on this stream.
You know what I mean? It's not that big a deal. If you call me like a liar that I'm making something up, that's going to piss me off.
Well, let it piss you off all you want. I've got the evidence that proves that you are in fact a liar, Joe Cronin. You are a liar. You understand? A liar? That is a person that lies. You are that person. You lie. Ergo, you are a liar. Care to retort?
Because I know that I'm not. And that will make me go out of my way to...
Well, you can be as delusional as all you want. But that doesn't change reality.
Be like,
you better have the evidence to prove you wrong,
I can make a video that is insane. I can make a video that's really bad.
You coulda, woulda, shoulda. The problem is, you got people that do and people who ain't shit. I'm people that do. and you see that, you are people who ain't shit. Because you don't do that. You got all this proof? Prove it. You're at home all fucking day. Fucking... You make all these shitty videos. Why don't you make one defending yourself if you actually had something to defend yourself with? Why don't you do that? And don't put it behind your Patreon and stuff. Why don't you fucking stand up and show yourself and defend yourself as a man would, publicly?
We'll
Like,
get to the derailments in a second, guys.
I could make a fucked up video, but I won't do it because I don't want to do that shit to anybody.
Right.
But yeah, it could be people fucking with me too, so maybe you can't blame me because I don't know what's real anymore. But I don't know, man. And the bottom line is, I am sorry to her to bring her up in this situation, but I just saw people mentioning it in the chat, so I brought it up because of that. But as far as I'm concerned, even though I can't see her because I have her blocked, which tells me, by the way, that really is her then, right? Because I have her blocked. So she is the one.
I see her. She's like, audio clips, play it, show it, play it. I mean, that's basically what she's saying. I mean, she's not shitting on you. She's just like, if you got it, show it.
I mean, are you sure? Like,
I'll look for her in the chat again. I mean, it's been a minute since she said something, but if she really wants whatever proof you have played, I'm looking for a yes in the chat, I guess, Joe. But I'm going to show, we've got a couple derailments while that happens, and we try and figure this out as go.
Not really about hers.
Think I fix
Her.
Viper.
Oh, wait.
Fuller sandwich with talk.
No, you messaged me and said I'm not going over.
Thing, and I know Joe's gonna be like, "Well, but don't forget what you said 2 years ago." But no, I mean we've fucking been good friends forever, man. And I really do feel bad that I did not let him know when we were flying into Orlando. And
no, you messaged me and said I'm not going over that black.
No, they're gonna be coming back to Florida yearly. So back up. I think we got one more for pass. And I think you know who I'm talking about. You got to make sure you're 100% sure. Second.
Who doesn't want to get in our discords at this point? You know what I mean?
Have fun with the Discord, whatever. It's the after hours party. And if someone wants to ban you, get the fuck out of there. Whatever. I mean, this is the chat that matters. This is the show that matters. Or, you know, at least for me, this is the show that matters. I know you have different shows that matter to you, Joe. Monetize this, throw it down, whatever. But my point is this is the chat that matters in my world. And the Discord is the next world. You know, like if you guys get banned out of there, there was literally people that have been in the chat under some weird, obviously fake fuck name going, I've reported your Discord. Good, take it out. First of all, we haven't done anything wrong. Second of all, if you actually... what? I mean, what?
This is... Adrian,
that's it.
Take some shots. Don't end the show. Let's take shots.
If there's one thing, I just want to clarify with anybody that thinks I'm fake and whatnot, man. Because people...
The amount of shit that's said on air about you is not even worth... And I know this is going to sound like, fuck you, Drew. But the amount of shit that's been actually talked about you on air in the last 6 months is not worth this speech right now. Because I think that maybe in the entirety of the entire world that there might be one person that actually bought it.
Dark said that people said that he said stuff about my kids.
Oh.
I've never heard that.
Yeah, no, I've never heard that.
I've never heard you say. You keep. I said. Some of this stuff probably wasn't even hers. Probably trolls, and you know, I'll show what it maybe whatever. But maybe I'm cool if she is, and I'm sorry that I thought people said stuff about her to me. You know, I'm cool if she is. I want everybody to have a good time.
Well, there it is. There it is. You're cool if she's cool. If I can get her, I do see her in the chat. If you're cool and she's cool, and we could all write this off and never mention it again, then fine. Right. She says, "That's right, Drew. I never said anything of that either." So, but she's a little behind, Joe. So not that sounds bad. She's behind in the timeline of hearing us. And so she's saying that she hadn't said anything about the kids. So let's see if she says something else. If she says, "Look, I'm cool, you're cool," whatever, we'll see what her next message is.
I want you, because you keep repeating that. She's never said anything about my kids.
No.
And I'm aware of.
I'm drunk. That there's a person with 2 initials that has been a thorn in all of our... You know me. I've been fighting for this since the day you broke up with your first whatever. You know, I mean... I'm
just saying I'm not stupid. That's all I'll say is I'm not dumb. I'm not stupid. But I also don't like to harbor a grudge, or I don't like to, I'm in the position.
Really? Care to talk about your relationship with JB or fucking Ken?
where I have a microphone and a lot of people and stuff like that.
Dude, I would love nothing more than to see the reunion of Monetize This 3 years ago with everyone fucking Friday night. Like, just the fucking reunion of the century. But I know that'll never happen because whatever the fuck.
Joe,
but you do know, Joe, that I, more than anyone else, has fought for that for years. Like, I've wanted nothing more than the most fucking craziest of shit that could have happened in the last 3 years to reunite and fucking explode in one night. And
I wish
God.
I wish people never left and people didn't, but look at Tony. Look at all the people. Look at all the people like that. In my opinion,
but
man,
Tony is not, Joe, Tony is not even in the top 10 of co-hosts of Monetize This. I'm talking top 5, top 4.
I don't want to talk bad about other people, so I'll just talk about Tony. But
no, but I'm just saying, like, if you could get your top 5 co-hosts of all time for Monetize This, and I will gladly, since day one, I will gladly bow out and gracefully say I am nowhere near that because I feel like I'm not. If you could get your top 5 co-hosts of all time of Monetize This to reunite this weekend, dude, I will fucking jerk off the whole fucking night, dude. You know that.
You're a top guy. You are a top guy.
I'm not top 5. I'm sorry. I can name 5 right now. I could.
Name
I could,
them.
and everyone in this chat could. But
dude,
Tiffany does say, sorry.
People left. People just don't like me, dude. And when people leave, there's nothing you can do. I tried to get everybody back, dude. I'm just saying. I begged JB. I'm like, dude, why don't you come? Like, fuck it. People just don't want to do it, dude.
I think if the circumstances were right, I know you've tried. I really do know you've tried. But I think if the circumstances and the stars aligned and the right calls were made, I think more could happen than you would expect. I really do.
Oh well, I did make calls. Like I don't know what are you talking about? Like I made all the calls I could for a long time with people. And you know what happened a lot of times?
Sorry, I didn't realize they were on pause. Really mysterious. Oh,
Randy. Fucking turn this shit
really
off.
Mysterious says Randy Viper is fucking.
That's pretty weird. They got mad or they didn't want to leave, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's like me trying to get you back on. You know what I mean? You couldn't come back on, but not because you don't like me, but like there's some people.
Like I'm not unopen to that. Given the right scenarios, like I already told you. I mean, we already did one Patreon show. My schedule's been a little off the last couple of weeks, but I had every intention of hitting you up for a second one.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, listen, I've tried to get people back before, but you know what? It didn't work. You know what I mean? So I did try it. I definitely tried.
Throw me some names. And we'll see what we can do Friday night. If you really are accepting, throw me some names. Throw me some names on DMs and
the people that used to be on my show bash me every second. Like they like to shit on me all the time.
Well, Joe, if you wish to end that and you wish to end your mental anguish and suffering, Dave Rose has only asked for one thing: debate me on race, and your punishment will end. Once you debate me on race, you have my permission to die.
Nobody's friends with that. Nobody is going to be on the show, dude. Like, I know you're drunk right now.
No, but I mean, do you think Goldberg loves Vince McMahon? He just did a job for him last night. Do you think Goldberg loves Vince McMahon?
I don't know, man. Like, I would just take you back on the show at this point. Yeah, I tried in the past. Dude, listen.
I know that there's former co-hosts of yours that would blow people's minds, that would actually be somewhat willing to consider those things if the circumstances were correct.
Okay, well, the only person that would probably really come back, I would think, would be JB, and he hates, apparently, according to Nerdy, he's not happy.
Well, like I said, this is a conversation for off-air.
Rose spends, like, hours apparently burying me every other fucking day. I don't know, I don't listen, but, so, like, he's not going to...
Bullshit. You don't listen? Oh, you listen. We know you do. And, of course, I might consider something, but first you must debate me on race. You're not getting away from this one, Batman.
Come. So, and my wife would murder me. I mean, like, dude...
Oh, so she's the one that wears the pants in the house. So, if I'm invited back... Or, sorry, he's actually making it look like, well, if... the door was open for Dave Rose to come back, then my wife would kill me. It's not him sort of like asking for anyone to return. It's more like trying to make it sound like, well, I'm cool to leave the door open, but they're the ones who are coming to ask me to be on the show. Meanwhile, I've never really been, I've never been in that position where it's like, can I come back? It's like he's like, okay, well, you want to come back? It's like, yeah, okay, why not? but I've always been asked, and I've always willfully sailed away.
No, trust. I know Leah's thoughts on that.
There's a certain point. There's a certain point where I tried to bring several people back a million times, but there's a certain point, dude, where what are you gonna bring somebody back who really hates you? Like, what? You know what I mean? Like, what?
No, see, the thing is, though, you're a fucking child. Because if you think that people hate you because they disagree with you, you live literally not matured past the age of 6. It's as simple as that. Or maybe 8. But, yeah, you can disagree with somebody vehemently and still remain friends.
They won't. First of all, people wouldn't come back, and they really hate you, or they don't hate you, but they don't want to work with you. If someone doesn't want to work with you, I'm not going to. You know what I mean? You don't keep attacking them to come on. You know, these people left.
No, I don't. I attack you because of your hypocrisy, Joe. Not because I wish to be on your show.
Left the show a long time ago. Now Tommy C won't even talk to me, so you bring up him. But I do talk.
What a surprise! 12 out of 13 co-hosts can't be wrong.
To Dave. I do talk to Dead on Dave. Dave.
Yeah, no, I think you've kind of alluded to that a little bit recently, right?
Yeah, but when was he on your show the last time, you know? Come on.
Yeah, me and him do talk, like, here or there.
How the mighty have fallen. Once associating with names like Dead on Dave, Tommy C, Justin Bailey, and Dave Rose, are now forced to relegate himself to picking up the barrel, moving it, and then scraping the remnants from underneath the barrel for the most basic of co-hosts. Laughable! Laughable it be!
I really, me and him do get along and talk. And, yeah, so I do talk to him, and he is open to coming on eventually. So we are going to...
All I'm saying is I think there's more possibilities out there than you realize if the stars align the right way. And I'm not going to allude to what those are on air, but I think there's more possibilities than people realize, and it just it has to line up the right way. And I am, like you said, I'm too drunk to discuss this right now, and that's why I'm being very super discreet. But I've always wondered what's the best for you, man. And I think a lot of people in this chat, whether they get along with you right now or not, feel the same way. And
what's weird that I don't understand is, like, it's like I'm supposed to just be friends with everybody who shits on me. I don't understand that. I'm supposed to work with and be friends with. And then, like, if I've reached out, like, so if I reach out to someone and say, like, want to come on the show, what those people will do is say that I begged them to come back. Then if I don't reach out to somebody to come on the show, they'll say that I'm a scumbag because I treat like they don't exist. So there's no right answer. And I think
there's definitely no right answer. I mean, I think that way the last few
gullible. See, you're gullible, and you don't know, like, it's...
Well, he's calling Drew gullible.
Gullible.
I mean, right to his face.
I told one thing.
But saying, I've already asked everybody in the world a million times to come.
No, you haven't.
On the show.
Okay. Well, you can call that gullible. You can call that me being told a lie.
You actually, Joe went to Ken, asked him to be on episode 300, but he never contacted me. No, you didn't, Joe. No, you didn't.
I've talked to Tommy. Tommy DMs me on Instagram every day now. He messages me on Instagram every day for the last 5 months. Dude, you know what happened? You remember this maybe. 8 months ago or a year ago or so, when Tommy was leaving, he was ignoring me, not wanting to come on the show, and he would tell me other people tell him that I'm a scumbag to him. Okay. And then he threw those people under the bus, and I won't even mention names. So
you never do.
Recently, I get a message from him a little while back, and I'm like, hey, we start talking. We have conversations all the time. And then eventually he comes down and I said, hey, man, why don't you pop in and say hi to everybody or whatever? Well, that turned into I'm a scumbag who's trying to get him back on the whatever the hell. So I excommunicate him again. I go, all right. Now he tells people that I'm talking to him. When he talked to me, he texted me. He's the one who texted me. And all I said was, be good to have you come back home and, say hi to everybody and have a little thing. Come on the show again. Right. Everybody misses you, all that type of thing. And it turned into Joe's a scumbag for reaching out to him. Like I was trying to take something or something. Like, so I go, that's it. I'm done again. And I excommunicated again. And then the next thing here a couple months later is now I'm a scumbag that won't talk to him. So there's no right answer for me.
And that could be with Tommy. I'll be honest. I mean, Tommy leads people to have different roads. But if I told you that there are people that I think I could get to formulate a reunion of sorts, would you be against it? Could you think of a co-host where you would be like, absolutely not, fuck them? And I'm not asking you to name it right now. I'm not asking you to name it right now.
Listen, if you can get a hold of JB, let me know. I'd love to hear what he has to say.
Okay.
Anybody else would not. It would
But
not.
if they did, if I could name your other co-host, and I'm not going to put a name in there because I want to be fair to everyone.
Ken doesn't like me. Dave doesn't like me.
All right, fine. You threw the names out.
So eliminate.
Well, at least you stopped saying I hated him. That's an improvement.
If I could get Ken on next week, would you put him on? If he was willing to be,
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense because to this day he still does stuff on me and stuff. I don't mention him. I hear things still from people that are like, "Geez, you won't."
I'm sure you're not watching that yourself.
Stop. So like, I don't want to work with people who don't really like me. I don't want to. Why would I want to work? Like, I've asked him to come back. He didn't come back. I asked him to come back.
I guess I'm just not in your shoes, and I just don't like.
Didn't ask me to come back. But also, I think you're just, you are forced to confront the fact that you did string me along for the Final Frontier News stuff, and you sort of recognize what you lost. That's why I think there's a sour aspect to your ways, is that, when Dave Rose gets fed up, Dave Rose is consistent, and he sticks with that. And a great topic that you loved, you threw away.
I asked him to come back on 300. He didn't come back.
No, I know, and you guys have both said that. I get
So,
that, but I
you know what I mean? Like, I've asked people to come back.
I guess
when I ask people to come back, they use it against me, and they say that I'm begging them to come back. Or when I ask Tommy to come on, he uses it against me. And when I ask JB to come on, I guess Nerdy said that he said I'm a scumbag. I don't know. So what is the right answer? So now you say you can get people to go. So why would I want to do anything? Why would I want to do anything with anybody? They don't want to do anything with me. That's what I'm telling you. They don't want to do anything with me.
I don't know. I guess because Bullfrog, who's a fucking tardo piece of shit, will scumbag on you everywhere, and you'll bring him back. But then someone who, I don't know. I just don't know what the difference is.
What I do, like, listen, what I do is I just try to, once in a while I pop into people and I say hi to them to say, or like, hey, what's up, want to do something? And it hasn't worked for the last 3 years, other than Rose. Rose came back and then left and came back and left. That, he does not like me. Like, and he can say that he does like me. He's just critical of, remember, I'm racist to white people.
That has seemingly been proven correct.
Right?
No, I mean, that's his belief, and he's got his own standpoint on that and what he wants out of you for.
Well, just look at the facts I presented you, and you'll see.
Or it's so.
Right. So, like, what am I? So, like, dude, like, they don't want that.
Repent, and thou shalt be forgiven. First of all, you need to get back with God, Joe. I understand that your exposure to religion at a young age has sort of given you a bad taste in your mouth when it comes to that, but you have to understand that faith is beyond that of the institution. The church is where you take it, not a building. So clearly there is something that is lacking here, but also you are fabricating untruths about this, and as always attempting to deflect. You have to face your sins, Joe. The sins that you, consider yourself a white savior, but also experience, strangely enough, the dichotomy of having white guilt at the same time. And yet, despite that insane dichotomy, it is actually a phenomenon that we actually can categorize and quantify if we look at East Coast and left coast, West Coast, white liberals, specifically the ones that lean Democrat or, left. But it's evident as day.
That, like, he doesn't want to do anything with me.
No, see, that's the thing, though. I told you, if you had bothered to have been focused and allowed me to do what you promised that I could do, which was to take control of Final Frontier News channel so as to help you, and then sort of remove the amount of effort and work necessary for you to maintain that brand, I said within 30 days I would have made it a fucking profitable, separate endeavor that would have had guaranteed continual income. And, you know, that's something I could have done.
No, there's one thing he wants to do with you, but
yeah, it's all just to benefit somebody else. Like
no, there's nothing. No, see the purpose of the race debate is to really ultimately is to get Joe to come clean about the reality, to stop being a hypocrite, and to just admit where he stands. That would be the ultimate goal of the race debate, because he's too hypocritical. You can't fucking be making certain types of jokes and yet, you know, only focusing on certain crime stats and ignoring everything in between. And then on top of that, trying to jump on top of the whole virtue signaling and, you know, and we saw a consistency to this where some cop ends up shooting a black guy. The details aren't even known yet. And Joe immediately jumps on top of that fucking virtue signaling, acting all outraged, the police are bad, blah, blah, blah. Then the fucking facts come out, and Joe quietly sort of admits that he was wrong. And, you know, that gets memory hold, and people forget about it because his audience is very malleable. And they're only looking to be outraged by what they want to be outraged on. Not an equal playing field. Only about victimhood.
For some weird reason. That's all it's about, man. Like, I'm happy with what I'm doing right now. You want to come back? I mean, I know you'll come on a show. I thought JB would, but he's long gone. That's okay. I thought Tommy would too, like when I reached out to Tommy, but even Tommy threw me under the bus. Like, you know, Joe, you can't
I would love nothing more than to see the reunion of a fucking lifetime. Like, at least the fucking Monetize This 110 to present fucking reunion.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Jesse, Tommy, well, obviously Jesse's already there, but I'm just thinking of the significant figures, JB, Ken, Dave. I mean, to have that fucking reunion.
Watch out there, Drew. Those are bad words when it comes to Joe's emotions.
Union, and like I said, I could fucking die tomorrow. And
those are trigger words. Again, I know that you being, you know, living in the Midwest, don't worry about that sort of level of faggotry. But remember, Joe Cronin, Bostonian bitch, lives on the East Coast. It's a East Coast liberal bastion. And with his white savior syndrome and white guilt, he's not going to take too kindly to those words, stranger.
You know, everyone else would be there. I'd be fucking happy, dude. And I think one in the chat that everyone else would be.
Oh, dude, like that would have been the balls. I've tried to do.
Scheiße, we have 62 viewers in the chat right now. Heil.
Do it a million times. I actually tried to do it for 300 of Monetize This. I tried to do it.
I know you did, and I think some people felt that it was better to not than to because of the potential for things at that given time, and I can't speak for them. But
well, also some of these people have told me how you're the worst person ever, and then it's just like
I am.
Names, please. Names.
I'm horrible. I'm behind the scenes fucking. But between my travels and my fucking family and my life and my channel and my work, I've got all this time to fucking scheme against some YouTuber, you know?
I think you ignore my feelings. One problem that you have is somebody could do the worst shit to me ever, and I don't think you care.
I think
why should he?
I think this week proves that wrong.
I don't know, because like...
I don't know. I'm going to doubt your friendship. Prostrate yourself to me and bow down. Do not look upon your God, and I may consider forgiving you, Drew.
What Bullfrog does, Tony does, is goofy. It's not even on the same level.
Goofy, is it? What I saw from both Tony and Bullfrog on Sean's View channel certainly was not goofy. In fact, I would call it both slanderous and what would be the best word? Well, very
some of these other
unfortunate choice of words.
When they go to another wrestling YouTuber with more subs than you and try to undermine you, yeah.
Well, it's weird because other people have said way worse things about me than going to a dead channel to talk shit.
I have not been friends with Scott ever, other than the couple of times that you.
I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about Scott.
Well, I think he's.
Well, you might want to be specific.
One of the worst. Young Republican, never once, not since day one. I smelt the slime on that scumbag from day one. So not a once there.
Oh.
But the people that have been very supportive of you in the last 7, 8, or less years, I don't want to stick a tag, but I think that there's a lot of misunderstandings that goes there, and a lot of needing to talk on a one-to-one basis to see eye to eye with each other needs to happen.
I don't listen. I see eye to eye with everybody. I don't have a problem with anybody.
Okay.
Oh my God, this bullshit needs to end, Joe. Stop saying you don't have a problem with people when you clearly do. Just own up.
If you listen, I mean, if you watch my show, it's like I don't have a problem with anybody. I mean, I brought
except for slip the jab, Rock, and also all that muting. Don't forget, we have some beautiful clips of you starting to talk about me and many others, and then, magically, the mute becomes active. And then you return, everyone's laughing, and you're saying, no, just kidding, not kidding, no.
Brought on Tony to expose what a fakie is, and we did.
Nailed it. Bullfrog, same thing. I mean,
Nailed it like the fucking Romies.
Boom. I mean, listen, Bullfrog, though, I mean, Bullfrog is... And, Drew, you're a target because you're so friendly, and people know they can talk to you and try to manipulate you about me, but
I don't buy it.
That sounds exactly like Scott saying, no, man, they're trying to manipulate you, man. Don't listen to them, man. I'm looking out for your well-being, man. Trust me.
Okay, but the fact is, everything you're bringing up, I've already tried to do, like a million times over, and when I did it, I got turned into a bad guy.
Well, then I guess
perhaps maybe you always were.
Eventually, I'll be the bad guy.
And anybody who's real out there knows that.
It's not the 1990s. You're not on the Martin Lawrence show. Stop.
There's been thousands of hours done on me.
There's nothing more real than being friends with the people you think you're friends with, and the enemies with the people you're enemies with. There's nothing more real than that. Despite whatever anyone else says, thinks, feels, and I will find out the hard way if I'm wrong.
You see, there's people that take lots of shots at me and shit on me, and there's people that do hours and hours on me trying to...
Guilty!
Maybe trying to see if I'll, flip out or something.
No, Joe. It's called about just repeating and reiterating the news and exposing people. This can all end for you, Joe. It can all end. Debate me on race. Want to debate me on race? Then you have my permission to die.
But I don't have a problem with anybody that I do that.
Oh, you do?
That's why, all I can say is, as much as I love those days, and I've tried to bring people back and be friends with people, that whatever, it just, every time it's just full on toxic. Like, if that's the only way I can say it, it's toxic.
Well, I mean, I've got nothing toxic going on here. You can think that about anyone else, but there's no toxicity here.
No, yeah, you're not toxic to me at all. I mean, but I'm just saying there are people that...
I don't know of any of Joe's former co-hosts that ever made a effigy of them utilizing cardboard boxes, as he did with Dead on Dave, and then proceeded to fornicate with the effigy live on a stream. I have yet to see that, and obviously we have never seen that from even Scott McKinnon.
That don't like me, there's nothing I can do about it. If somebody doesn't like me, there's nothing I can, I can't really do anything about it. And if somebody doesn't want to be on the show, there's nothing I can do about it. Really, there's nothing I can do about it. And I guess it's getting old. It's getting old hearing the same thing over and over again. I can't get a hold of JB. I can't get a hold of him. Leah doesn't even play video games with him anymore.
With JB, maybe he's just done. I could hit the end stream button right now and never.
Well, actions have consequences, and you burned your bridges, Joe. You can't just expect them to just magically rematerialize.
Or walk back, and that would be me. I mean, that's my life. I've got a family. I've got a kid. I've got that. what is stopping me? I make more than enough money in my real life. I could hit the end stream button right now, never step back, and it wouldn't affect my... No, I can't say that. It would affect me in some ways because there'd be a lot of friends I would lose. But as far as my personal life, my family, the way my life continues on from now, it would not hurt. And I know, and I'm not trying to fucking dig on you, Joe, because I know that's different for you. But if I hit the end stream button right now and never click it to start again, I could move on with my life. And I think that, without knowing for sure, he's never said anything to me specific, so don't take it that way, but I think that JB is at that point. He hit the end string button.
Oh,
and
yeah,
he never
no,
clicked it again.
100%. No, I mean, listen, I know one thing about him is...
And much respect to him. No one else fucking does
No,
it.
yeah. Yeah, JB was like, he hates the trolls. He saw how creepy the trolls were and how weird this community was. And in fact, if I could get a hold of him, he would back me up on some of the things I said earlier, but I won't bring it up again. But he would cut a 1-hour promo on some people.
No, right. And I think that, I think that people that thought that they were making a fun time or having a good time have ran off people, split up people. Joe, I will say this to the end of time, and I know you don't like this, but I guarantee you that if it wasn't for a certain fucking Northern Canadian fuck, that you and Ken would still be doing shows today. I'm sorry. I know you don't agree with that.
Should've just named Skunt.
And he probably, and Ken doesn't agree with that either, but
well, it depends on
there's
the
a certain Canadian fuck that really fucking tore that up.
I couldn't say. I couldn't speak for other people.
I wasn't on the inside the way I was the last couple of years, but just from the viewer's perspective, that guy drove a wedge. You guys could have at least gotten another 50 episodes out of each other.
Well, there's a lot of people that drive wedges. I mean, the idea that I wouldn't want to be friends with or work with people that I brought into my show, is retarded. It's like anybody I ever brought into my show, I brought them in because
intent, right? Yeah,
I had a reason. I mean, I brought people into my show that bashed me, and I heard it, and then I said I think they're funny. It's like I brought people in because I thought they were good and talented and good, and I had fun with people. So yeah, no doubt about it, man. That I definitely had. I mean, just look at it. There's. All you ever want to do, if someone's a supporter in the chat, all you ever want to do is be friends with them. If someone ever donates to you, all you want to do is be friends with them. If someone ever comes on the show and hosts and add talent, all you ever want to do is be friends with them. But what happens is people get weird, and some people get weird differently. Like Tony's a good example because he's the hated one right now.
I've never seen that guy actually have a genuine fucking take, but sure.
I know.
Go ahead.
He's the
top, the cream of the crop, or whatever you want to call it.
The
cream of the crop, the cock of the cock, whatever.
The rock, the talk, the cream of the crop, the cock, the rock. I'll tell you a TikTok. I'm going to go to TikTok and suck a
I'm going to take all your fucking viewers and have my co-host tell them that you're a piece of... No, anyways, go ahead.
Yeah.
Jesus.
But, yeah, no.
Yeah, you seem to understand that, Joe, and yet you're just dismissing it. But, hey, Dave Rose does hours on me. Ken said something about me.
It's just one of those things where you think someone supports you and you're friends with them, and the next thing you know they're bashing you, and then you call them out for bashing you, and then people don't believe that, and then people take sides, and then you have a fight, and and there's nothing you can do about it, and it's weird, it sucks. I wish that I.
Oh, look in the chat here. You've got living rent free. That's probably obviously Scott. He's like, Dave spends 60 hours a week talking drama. Well, I guess you got to work on your math skills there, buddy, because that is incorrect. Hold on. Let's just see here. He's going after Aru, so that's clearly fucking Skunt. Skunt hates Aru. Aru Shinchu. And then you've got, obviously, Pussy McGee, a.k.a. Really Mysterious, says, Dave Rose is a drama queen. No, I am a drama emperor. A big difference. Then Randy Viper says, living rent-free is right. And we have Aru Shinchu saying living rent-free says, rent-free, so leave Dave alone, have issues with Dave, take it up with him. So you have people that clearly don't like that these individuals are coming into Drew's show and messing up his chat when they're just trying to enjoy a show. And despite how much they see that they'll never be a real woman, these individuals have to deal with the fact that regardless of my repertoire and my sort of my brain's not working. It's too hot. Reputation, that's the word I'm looking for. That there are still people, regardless if they agree with me or not, that are still willing to stand up to these fucking liars and say, no, you're wrong, and here's how you're stupid.
I wish I was more of a cuck. I wish I was less alpha. I wish I was more like cuck-like. Where
I have never heard a man that is an alpha say that sort of thing. We will need to rewind that. I would suggest that if those who like to make sound clips want to record this, that this is definitely one of those times. Because this is just this is great. Men don't say this. Men do not say this.
fight and there's nothing you can do about it. And, it's weird. It sucks. I wish I was more of a cuck. I wish I was less alpha. I wish I was more like cuck-like, where I was like, all right, this person's I've gone full cuck with Rose. Like, everybody tells me all the time that he shits on me for hours and he says horrible things. I just don't bother saying anything because that guy left my show a long time ago.
That's not going cuck. That's just ignoring me. That's not paying any attention. Now, although that does sound noble, because it is what Dave Rose would do, we have to understand this is Joe Cronin saying it. And his track record sort of proves that, no, he's quite aware of what is going on. So, good try, Joe. Yes, you are. At least your logic in this argument definitely fit within a proper confine of being backed up, being logical, and thorough. So, I'm going to have to give you points here.
If he wants to call me out or criticize me or do things on me, so what? What are you going to do,
You're going to fucking bitch on your show about those other guys and, in Canada and, 8-hour streams and has no family and blah, blah, blah. Come on. We know what you're going to fucking do. You're going to fucking keep doing what you've always been fucking doing. Slip the jab, Rock. Slip the jab. Come on. Yeah. I mean, I'm built to take the jab, So you keep fucking slipping the jab, I'm gonna keep taking it.
Have fun, and I know
I'm having a plethora of fun.
There wants to debate about race or something, and it's like
or something. You know exactly what it is. Stop using the or something because the fact is, you know exactly why. Also, Living Rent Free is in the chat now saying, why are you trying to defend Rosaroo? Oh, and Randy Viper. I love this. The reputation I've garnered is just beautiful. Randy the Faggot Viper says, Aru, he's talking about people who's linked with that racist drama queen. Oh, my God. However will I continue? Some fucking cuck from New Zealand called me a racist. Now, what will I do? Well, I won't be locked down like that fucking bitch. Let's continue.
That's been going on for 2 years that he's wanted that. He's come back twice since he said he wanted to do that.
Seriously, man, be Santa Claus. Just give me the fucking debate, man. Come on. It's because everyone else wants it too. You know that. There's a lot of other people that see what I've been fucking saying and fucking, they want that. But come on, man. Also, I just fucked up with the fucking video again. My keyboard just changed this. See if I can get this.
Thinking that,
No.
All of the fucking chat. Everything, the final fucking say comes from J-Man. And I know that sounds... I'm glad you have him then.
One day,
maybe it still exists. Because he doesn't care about anyone other than himself, and he'll destroy everything in front of him they run him out into the street in the middle of the show and say, hey, free lottery tickets for all. We're all rubbing each other's shoulders, and we all grow together. And I know that if you don't have a fucking source and a link and...
Chad, I will come and hunt you.
Uh-oh.
Don't mess with Joe.
Sorry, guys.
Scrap sandwich.
Scrap sandwich is
with
when
extreme
you don't
chef.
have no bread.
What's up,
You
really
have to-
quick?
Big shot Tony. What a
Right.
sad loser.
Like, that doesn't need to be monetized. This you don't need that. The fucking
Yeah.
voices and the anger and the rage and the shit is what carries.
Listen,
that
I
shit.
don't mind that. I don't mind that's not what I don't like. I
And
just
to me,
don't.
that was the thing that was the turn
All right,
for
well,
me. But
I
fair
don't
enough.
like. We don't have time for a 6-hour piano show. That's no doubt. But I don't mind having some of his talent on for a little. Dude, everybody knows this though. Everybody's got screenshots to go, dude. This person's saying that.
I've
my shit.
never. I'm gonna be honest.
She worked with Scott. She worked with Scott. Other people. Then was friends with Scott. Hated Scott. Liked Scott. Hated Scott. Liked Scott.
No.
Oh, so we're way past that.
Months to figure our shit back out. And I think you know who I'm talking about, Six. But yeah, there's been a lot of fuck shit that goes on around here, and you've really got to check. This is why I more than ever have preached to people to check your sources, cover your bases, make sure you're.
I've never heard that.
Who said what?
Yeah.
What?
Bodark said that people said that he said stuff about my kids.
Oh.
I've never heard that.
Yeah. Just you name it right.
Listen, if you can get a hold of JB, let me know. I'd love to hear what he has.
The end stream button right now. Never step back, and it wouldn't affect my. No, I
It was a
Listen,
lot further than I thought.
I see eye to eye with everybody. I don't have a problem with anybody.
Okay.
If you listen, I mean, if you watch my show, it's like I don't have a problem with anybody. I mean, I brought on Tony to expose what a fakie is, and we did.
Nailed it. Bullfrog, same thing. I mean,
Nailed it like the fucking Romies.
Boom. I mean, listen, Bullfrog though. I mean, Bullfrog is, and Drew, you're a target because you're so friendly and people know they can talk. Because
I really do. I want to see it. I would love to see the shit that I've said over the last 4 years that exposes me, and I've challenged everyone. Not any one person. I when I say I challenge everyone, I mean ads, I mean foot rub, I mean Rue, I mean you.
But no, man, my thing that I'll say before I sign off of this or whatever, Bodark is still here.
Look, I want to be friends with everyone. You know that. I'm not looking for fucking enemies or shit, man.
Yeah, I mean, shit, dude. I've always wanted to be friends with everybody too. But people punch me in the mouth, I'll punch them back.
No,
but
I know where you live, so let me get you a fat lip.
I know, man. But no, yeah, man. I've tried so
Good
hard
night,
to get.
Let me try
Yeah.
one last time to see if I can
support
find
you and
this.
you're friends with them, and the next thing you know, they're bashing you, and then you call them out for bashing you, and then people don't believe that, and then people take sides, and then you have a fight, and and there's nothing you can do about it. And,
Yeah, here we go.
It's weird.
Here we go. Okay, so we're right back where we should have been before Dave's fuck up. And Rue just said in the chat, so leave Dave alone, have issues with Dave, take it up with him. Viper says, Aru's talking about people who's linked with that racist drama queen. 7 hours, 48 minutes. 7 hours, 48 minutes, 10 seconds. I think I'm going to need another keyboard.
Donates you think someone supports you and you're friends with them, and the next thing you know, they're bashing you, and then you call them out for bashing you, and then people don't believe that, and then people take sides, and then you have a fight, and and there's nothing you can do about it, and it's weird. It sucks. I wish I was more of a cuck. I wish I was less alpha. I wish I was more like cuck-like, where I was like, all right, this person's I've gone full cuck with Rose. Like, everybody tells me all the time that he shits on me for hours and he says horrible things. I just don't bother saying anything because that guy left my show a long time ago. If he wants to call me out or criticize me or do things on me, so what? Like, I mean, what are you gonna do?
Also, that's not what going cuck means.
Fun, and I know there wants a debate about race or something, and it's like that's been going on for 2 years that he's wanted that. He's come back twice since he said he wanted to do that. And it's like, well, listen, what am I going to do? Spend my rest of my life arguing with people who don't want to work with me anymore?
I guess study up and
study up.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly. Drew knows the score.
I mean, he's obviously ready, right?
Tony did the same thing. Tony wanted to pay me $200 to do a show with him where he could confront me with YR and shit. It's like, dude, if I spent time, I don't have time to play, wrestling podcast war game with person on there. You know what I mean? I have a show I got to do and a bunch of other stuff. This is my actual life.
Yeah, you also claimed that you wanted to do all these other shows and you never did those.
I would rather work with someone. If you want to have a fight on the air.
That's bullshit. No. You strung me along. That's bullshit.
Or you want to, on the show, call me out for something, have a debate or something like that. That's fine. Let's go.
Oh, on your show it's okay, but on my show it's not. Interesting.
Like you were on the show.
Spend some
You
money together. Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, this will be fun.
Call me out at the stack of top of a dime and say, Joe, I think you're wrong on this. I would love it. If somebody.
I've actually done so live on your shows.
He was on the show and said, Joe, I think you're fucked. And then I said, oh, really? You think I'm fucked? Well, let's talk about it. And we have a fight. Like, that'd be great. That's great radio. Yeah. That's great podcast. Let's do that. But I'm not going to play a game where I make a 2-hour video, you make a 2-hour video, I make a 3-hour video, or whatever.
See, that's what gets me, and that's why I made the statement that I did at the beginning of the night tonight. I'm like, look, I'm not doing circles, and yeah, maybe this was a little cocky of me, but I'm not doing this. I'm doing this. Like, in other words, I'm not going to run in circles. I'm going to run up. I'm working on fucking, doing more on YouTube, and I'm not going to run in circles in the process of doing that. And I made the statements I made, and people have 7 days to fucking expose the fuck out of me, and if they don't want to do it, then they've wasted their time. But beyond that, I'm not going to fucking waste my time anymore.
I hope you get exposed, because
I really do. I want to see it. I would love to see the shit that I've said over the last 4 years that exposes me, and I've challenged everyone. Not any one person. I when I say I challenge everyone, I mean ads, I mean foot rub, I mean Aru, I mean you, I mean living rent free, whoever the fuck that is.
If I could call you out for some shit, I'd do it right now. This would be
I mean, you got 4 years of DMs, you'd be the best one, right? I mean, I even hey, Ken, Dave, anyone who's I've ever said anything to.
You're too much of a pussy to have shit on.
Well, then here's your chance. 7 days.
I just bury me. That's my biggest shit on you. Is you're too much of a pussy to have shit on you.
Am I too much of a pussy?
How quaint of you.
See, am I too much of a nice guy?
You can be either one, I guess.
Because
No, you're going to have to be more specific than that, Mr. Cronin.
I said earlier tonight, actually, as an example of I'm not perfect, I've said shit to you about Ken that would not be desirable for Ken to hear. I mean, let's be honest. I have been upset in the past and said shit that would fucking expose me. But the thing is I've never said anything that bad that's going to bury the fuck out of me.
I guess I don't. I don't know why you worry about it. I think a lot of other people have said worse.
Because there's shit that's been said the last couple weeks.
I don't know who's in your head.
No, this shit's been sent to me.
You've barely done anything to anybody. You're too nice. You haven't done anything bad to people.
I feel like I need to screen grab that.
You're too nice.
Because some of the clips were from you, Joe.
What? What do you mean? Did I talk shit about somebody?
I mean, like when I called in and you said, well, listen to the fake I mean, it's like...
Say a clip of me. I can tell you right now, if it depends on who's saying the clip of me, because I remember a lot of people being mad at me for... People always get mad at me for things all the time, and then I find out
and that's why I always make sure that my name is included in it. And
you got out of text clips? Who sent you the clips?
But see, I never accused you of anything tonight, Joe.
Other than somebody's trying to manipulate you, and so who sent you the clips?
Look at my watch. Watch as it moves back and forth, Drew. Somebody is trying to manipulate you. Now, listen to my voice. You will only believe Joe Cronin, and only Joe Cronin. Everyone else is fake, mon. And I'm only the realest of the real. And when I snap my fingers, you're going to donate to me $500.
I heard a couple of them, and then they were resent to me, and I was like, "Are you sure those were about me?" And it's like, "Okay, well, all right."
Well,
then
I got to
tell
you.
But again, I never accused you of doing it, other than
there are some notorious people. There was even a guy from another show who was angry at me for a while, and then I said, "Who sent you the clips?" And then I named who I believed sent them the clips, and they said, "That is who sent me the clips." And I said, "Yes." They go around sending clips of me to everybody, telling people, "Can you believe they would say this? Why would they say this about you?"
Well, then you're absolutely right. It was Ed's view. It was definitely Ed's view.
Was it?
No. I just saw his name in the chat.
But that's the problem with people, bro. That's what happens. And listen,
the fact that you went, whoa, was it?
There are people have been sending me stuff recently about things, and I just stay out of it. I actually show Leah. I go, Leah, can you believe this person sent me this to try to get me upset?
The only time I was even remotely anything was tonight. And tonight it was just, and it wasn't just you specifically. It was a blanket statement to everyone. And I issued the challenge that in the next 7 days, anyone, friend, foe, whoever the fuck, show me a DM where I've been a piece of shit, and I will fucking whatever. But after, but there's 7 days. Next Sunday, when I don't see anything because no one has anything, that everyone can shut their fucking mouths and everyone can shove it up their ass. I mean, that's basically how it is.
See, you should block anyone who sends you clips of that, because they're probably lying to you or being a
I probably should, but
that's the funny thing is like you're the like
maybe I'm
you're,
a gullible fuck. I might be
you
a
are
gullible
because what it is
You hear that, Drew? Your former co-host thinks you're fuck.
people are sending that stuff to you because you left my show, or that you left the show for the most part. So now it's like,
For the most part, stop being so ambiguous.
oh, I gotta show. You know, I'm gonna tell Drew. You know, like whoever's doing it, like trust me, like, and this happens to me all the time.
But some of these people I've talked to for years, man, and wouldn't lead me down that path without wondering. And I'm not even saying you. It's other shows too, man. It's not just you. But the thing, and I'm drunk, so trying to sit here and make one sense from the other.
Yeah, you're still making more sense than Joe is, and he's much more sober than you are.
But
I'm drinking Daniels.
I'm drinking
Jack Daniels. This guy literally downed like at least I don't know, half bottle of fucking whiskey or bourbon, maybe.
Kentucky Gentleman. That's probably
Yeah,
worse
it's
for
bourbon.
me. But I definitely saved more money than you did. I'll tell you that.
I haven't played the game where you play, but no,
What's
I
that
don't
game?
know. I don't even know.
What's that game? What game am I playing? I'm out of Coke.
I meant the game of drinking.
I mean, I think I'm pretty honest about what I drink. I haven't drank in about an hour because I'm out of Coke. All I've got is a bottle here. Oh, shit's empty. See? But anyways.
Leah's drunk and she wants to talk to me. I guess I better. But no, man, my thing that I'll say before I sign off of this or whatever, Bodark is still here.
Look, I want to be friends with everyone. You know that. I'm not looking for fucking enemies or shit, man.
Yeah, I mean.
No, Drew. You're not allowed to be friends with anybody. Joe Cronin dictates to you who you can be friends with.
Oh shit, dude! I've always wanted to be friends with everybody too.
No, you haven't. Stop it.
But people punch me in the mouth, I'll punch them back.
No.
No, it's more like an open hand, limp-wristed slap, and it really does nothing but annoy the person you just got into a fight with.
But
I know where you live, so let me get you a fat lip.
I know, man. But no, yeah, man. I've tried so hard to get. Yeah, good night. Yeah. I've tried so hard to get everybody, back and be cool and people to be cool, but it just doesn't work. It always backfires on me. But all I can say is, man, I love you guys, Drew. I love you, and I love all the former times we had for sure. It sucks that people left and the people get upset and leave, or that things happen, or there's falling outs. It's too bad, man. And with the amount of people that say stuff about me and bash me, my mental health has been so fucked up this past year. Then
everyone's has, and I can.
If people's comments on the internet are affecting your mental health, get off the internet. Sorry. I'm sorry, but that's just not acceptable. Whether it be Scunty or fucking YR or Joe Cronin, if you can't accept that being on the internet will come with its downfalls, I don't think the internet's a place for you.
I can see from the YouTube. No. I was going to say from the YouTube perspective, I can see why yours would be even more hanging by a thread.
Every 2 seconds, I got somebody who's doing an hour or 2 hours on me. So I don't.
Or 8 hours.
Do that back, really. So the point is, I am happy with if somebody doesn't like me and I can't get a hold of them anymore, really, or they don't really, if I bring them back, then they bash me again, and I bring them back, then they bash me again. I'm fine with not getting them, not having that happen again, because you can only.
But you'll still try to poach people like Tommy.
Do so much mental health wise with shit like that, but it sucks. I mean, look at right now. Like I said, I can't even get a hold of JB. He's out, and like you said, I think he dialed out, and I think that's cool of him because a lot of people say
respectable because most people hang on.
Yeah, dude. Like he is so solid, and he had a fucking audience that was dedicated to him, that loved him, like, and he said
dummies and your
He goes, I'm out. Like, dude. That's crazy. This is like an addictive thing. He could have done a show every day for 80 people, 100 people, maybe grown, maybe done some things. He had patron support, and he just went, fucking, I'm out. Dude, he's a gangster. Dude,
this guy's got the fucking blunt hanging out of his mouth that he's fucking, rolling out on COVID,
Hey, like, I get it,
Could
man.
You imagine
like
the takes we would have gotten from that dude on COVID?
I do appreciate every. I do appreciate, dude. Recently, I do want to say before I go, everybody has been looking out for me recently, though. I do got to say thank you to everybody for looking out for me. This is dead serious. I used to watch everything and hang up.
I thought you didn't watch.
And have fun. I almost watch nothing. I don't know what's going on.
He's referring to the Sean's View shit.
I didn't know that these people were bashing me and doing this shit to me the other day, and apparently
I thought you didn't watch.
It was crazy. You just told me more than I actually knew. So I didn't know that.
Bull? What's that, people? That's right. Shit.
I didn't know people were bashing me that bad. I didn't know that was.
That's the whole keeping the finger on the pulse thing for me. Is like when I the fact that
Well, don't worry your little pretty fingers there, Drew. The all-seeing lazy eye sees everything, and as such, he disseminates to the people, and they in turn spread the word. This is factual.
I stay at least that remotely close, if that's a term even. Like, I was able to pick up on that, and I honed in on it. I'm like, what the fuck's going on over here? Like,
yeah, and that's why like, I'm thankful to you for having my back there. I didn't realize you were trying to have my back last night. I was just legit ending the show because I was getting.
Dude, I got a fucking Negan bomb 9 hours earlier. So
yeah,
my sobriety did not really fucking meet my intentions the right way. Like, maybe I came off totally fucking wrong. I don't know.
I will never stop trying. You know, I may try again to find JB eventually to bring him back to all of us. But, you know, who knows if it'll ever happen. But the thing is, I appreciate everybody that hit me up. Like, a lot of people hit me up, even though I ignored a lot of messages and I didn't want to get into it. For my mental health, I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Bullfrog shit on me or not defend me. I didn't want to hear the other people shit on me. I didn't listen to it. I didn't want to hear it. So what you told me tonight is the most I know. But what I can say is thank you to, you know.
I take great concern with that statement because I face challenges to my mental health every day, and you don't hear me fucking bitching to make myself look like a fucking victim. Now, granted, we obviously have an understanding here on the Devious Dave Rose channel, is that in this gynocentric society, the bias towards men is undeniable. And men are told to man up and to ignore their mental health. So that absolutely must be acknowledged here. However, to do so in the way that Joe Cronin is doing so, in my opinion, appears to be a forced attempt at garnering some sort of sympathy. I'm not excusing dismissing men's mental health. I never have. Mr. Consistent, that's on the fucking record. But when it's coupled with the attempt to always exert some sort of victimhood leverage, it becomes very suspect to me. Not sus, you fucking illiterate fuck. Suspect. Let's continue.
Oh, even though these people bash me, I thank you to, even Rose said something about me. Ken DM me.
So you're listening. Okay, so you're listening. Fact is, I take issue with fucking what those fuckers did because they were clearly, and I'll go so far as to fucking break down the laws. And when I figure out exactly where each person is state-wise, obviously I've got it almost certain, but I want to make sure that I know the proper jurisdiction. But regardless, I'm more than willing to fucking give my legal analysis on the situation. And of course, Skunty is seething right now, not only because he's not a real woman, but also because he's like, you can't give legal advice. It's of course I can. I can give, my personal advice on the law, but I'm not a lawyer and I can't represent you in court. So, but I can, any layman can actually understand the law, and that's why people can represent themselves in court, is because if you have an understanding of the law, you don't need to be accepted by the bar to understand how it works.
on my phone to tell me.
I don't think you realize how many people had your fucking back. Like who you think is your worst enemies had your back ready.
Well,
to
they were. Well, I mean, people. I mean,
and Joe also admitted that he got contacted by these people that he didn't really, have a relationship with, friendship, whatever, and that they were still sort of supporting him. The argument itself is just so sad because it's all falling apart as Joe tries to. It's like a sandcastle that you can't. It's so dry that it just keeps collapsing as you try to build it. You put it into a mold and you try to put it in there, and it just falls apart. So his argument is really just being disproven that he doesn't listen. He's totally aware of the situation. He's pretending he's not. And it's clear that he is aware, but he doesn't really want to give sort of credence to those that have made it clear, like Seaman. He's like, yeah, I've criticized Joe, but this is, unacceptable, and I'm going to fucking stand up and call it out. There's me, there's Ken, there's other people that have said exactly that.
If someone just talked shit about me 2 weeks ago, then all of a sudden they have my back.
I think it's different. I think it's different because in this case, it's like, sure, we have our shit that we say, but for someone to blatantly go outside the box and try and maybe, I don't know, whatever.
It was weird. I get what happened is strange. I still think it's stranger that people I thought were my friends make up weirder stuff about me. So like Bullfrog and Tony being retards somewhere is still not as bad.
What stuff being made up? I would love if you could be specific.
But I do appreciate that people reached out to me and said or that people stuck up for me. I wish that people wouldn't make things up about me and shit on.
Olive branch too, man.
Well, no, there's no olive branch, but
okay,
it is. But it's a nice thing that people did stick up for me there. But it's like I said, I'm not stupid, so I'm not as stupid as people think. It's great.
Well, I guess I am then.
Or maybe I am the dumbest thing ever. I don't know. Maybe I don't know, man. Like it's kind of like
your emotions blind you. Clear your mind of the stupidity. Focus on the drama.
JD would say to me like, well, why would I be friends with you? You just bashed me the other day. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. You're right, dude. I did say some fucked up shit the other day about you, but I was kidding. And he's like, yeah, but, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? You're right, bro. Why would JD want to do a show with me when I just bashed him the other day? It looks like I just want his subs or something. So I told him, I said, listen, people do this to me all the time. And then they wonder, and I wonder, so I'm like, I get it, man. So I apologized to JD. This was a couple months back. And I said, man, I get it. I get what you're saying to me because this same thing happens to me. And I'm like, you can't trust me because 1 second I'm making a joke about you that you take for real. Yeah. Or I'm saying something about you. And then the next minute we're talking here and you don't think I'm real about you. And I said, you are 100% right. And I said, I will never, and I told him, I go, we'll never do anything together again. But I will be your friend in real life. If you need to DM me or call me or something happens, I'll be here. And once in a while, me and him text each other on the phone about wrestling. And he still says stuff about me. Once in a very blue moon, he says something snarky on Twitter or something, but I say something out loud about him driving a Mustang like a bitch.
Yet he still has 90% of your audience blocked on Twitter.
Right, yeah.
Well, to be fair, anyone that buys a Mustang and buys it in automatic transmission is either taking it in the pooper and pretending to be straight, or is some sort of psychotic that needs to be investigated for potentially being a serial killer or some other degenerate.
See, and so and that's why I don't blame him for half of that. Like some people he does block for no reason. He blocks people for no reason. It's weird, but there are some people that said shit about him.
He also blocked me when I exposed him with my blog.
There are some people that were like friends with, and then they said shit about him, and then they said he fucking blocked me, and I said, well, you said shit about him. Of course he's gonna.
I'm one of the people. I wish I could go back. It would take so much scrolling, but the worst I ever said was LOL.
Right.
That involved.
That be careful, Drew. That will offend Joe Cronin. If he sees you in somebody else's chat, watch out.
Him. I mean,
right.
I never said anything bad about the dude. And you may even remember me saying this. Like I was a week later, I was going to be signing up for his fucking Patreon. It's like, Jesus Christ, he just fucking. And then I heard that he blocked like 1,800 people. I'm like, wow, what a fucking business model that is. Because if I was $5, what the fuck is the other 1,800 people? Okay. Well.
Oh, sorry. I was texting Leah.
No. Go for it. I've got a derailment or two to catch up on because I didn't want to interrupt us, but I know they've been coming in. Let's get caught up on those. My bladder is full. Oh, sorry. You just said something.
Oh, and again, if you want to add this person to your list of blocked individuals, living rent-free in the chat says, there will be a 7-hour stream later today that will get paused every 2 seconds and dissected on all this. Now who could that be, people? Could it be the same individual who's been relegated to a ghost status, having to make 90 2-minute videos in a span of 2 days, and yet they all get deleted? So powerful, much strong.
You do it all the time to your co-host. Oh, Colonel
She's
Santos.
white. That little white vanilla.
No.
That piece of shit. I hope AJ Adams and.
I know who you're talking about. Come on. I'm glad I muted that time. I didn't mute the last time I didn't mute that. I ended up losing an entire stream, so I'm glad I muted. Colonel.
Listen, I'm going to go bang Leah.
All right. Well, you enjoy that, man. We got a couple more to catch up on. And then I'm going to go bang myself because it's 4 a.m. My wife is out to the world.
All right. Drew, continue to be friends with people that bash me and then try to get me to be friends with them.
Hey,
you have a good night.
Someday it'll work.
Slip the jab, Rock. Slip the jab.
Someday it'll work.
Man, that's funny.
And we'll have peace and...
No, it's pathetic, actually.
Drew, I'm going to get you the T-shirt. Drew, easily manipulated.
Easy manipulated. That's why.
And maybe you should make a new shirt for your channel, Joe, called Emotionally Fragile. Or maybe White Guilt. Or White Savior. Maybe on one side it'll say White Guilt, and the other side say White Savior. So they see you from behind, it says White Guilt, and they're like, come up to you like, hey man, it's okay. You don't have to be, you don't have to feel guilty about being white. And then like they see the shirt White Savior. It's like, so that's who you are.
Fuck it, whatever.
I'm going to get pussy.
Cheers.
And thank you to everybody that hit me up over the last couple. Bo Dark, I love you, man. Take it easy. And Bo Dark, wear a bulletproof vest if you ever go into a library to do what you do. All right, bye.
All right, good night.
I'll take note of that, man.
Yeah, Bo Dark, I'm going to bounce out of here, too. I'm going to wrap things up with the show. Cora, are you still there, Cora?
I think
she's on the call, but I wanted to make sure she had a last save. She wanted it. Doesn't sound like there is. Cora, Bo Dark, I appreciate it, guys. I am going to jump out of here, so thank you for calling in.
All right, and that's the end of that, thankfully. No offense, Drew, but it was quite a trying experience. That's why I only tune in, in brief spurts. But hey, it is what it is. So, an interesting turn of events, is it not? And quite the words from Joe Cronin. So, I do think that it's important that people keep in mind what we just experienced tonight. And yes, a beautiful 4 hours and 20 minutes or so. More than that, but I like 420. And you do too. So, on that note, we're going to close up the Drama Diner. Hope you enjoyed your meal today, exposing the hypocrites. And we shall all see you next time.